Welcome to the Fort Lauderdale City Commission. Thank you all for being here. We are calling to order the June 16th regular City Commission meeting of the City of Fort Lauderdale. The mayor is away on business and will not be participating in tonight's meeting, so I'm your vice mayor and honored to, with our commission, to be working here together. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, and as we get going, we'll just adjust the order a little bit till we get our other commissioner here, but want to do a couple things. One is recognize some of our retirements. So long-serving employees in the city of Fort Lauderdale that are retiring, just want to celebrate them. David Reynolds, he's a lieutenant in fire rescue, 20 years of service, retiring this month. Shannon Dameron, police sergeant, 23 years of service. Louis Lafourie, 28 years of service with Public Works. Chantal Bodding, who's leaving fire rescue and going to Deerfield Beach, right, as a chief, which is amazing. 30 years of service. Thomas White, police officer, 31 years of service. Jack DeCristofalo, 33 years of service as a police officer here at the city of Fort Lauderdale. And then lastly, Mark Renner, police sergeant, 34 years of service. So if you just give them a round of applause, thank you. Appreciate it. And now, as we start, would love to open with the Pledge of Allegiance and the Fort Lauderdale Summer Camp Program participant, Willie Brown. If you'd come on up, Willie. We're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance together. I'll meet you at the podium over here. Good to see you, Willie. All right, kick it off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, Willie. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I got you a little bag of goodies. All right. Thank you, Willie. Yeah, of course. Willie's dad. Excellent. Thank you, Willie. At this moment, I'd like to take a moment of silence. Commissioners, anyone that to lift up in particular? Just want to check. Okay. If y'all would please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. City Clerk, would you call the roll of the commission, please?
Commissioner Herbst? Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Here. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, now moving to the agenda. So there is an agenda revision. PH1, the CAM, and Exhibit 7 were revised. If there are no other changes or revisions to the motion, to the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Moved. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Fantastic. And the agenda and the minutes are approved. Now we go into presentations. So the first presentation is being presented by Commissioner Beasley Pittman, presenting a proclamation declaring June 19th as Juneteenth in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Thank you, Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Yeah, you can give her a hand. Thank you. Okay. You want me to? I'll read that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read, normally the commissioner, mayor, vice mayor reads the script. So I'm going to read the recognition, and then we're going to present along with a song. So City of Fort Lauderdale is honored to recognize Juneteenth as a day that commemorates freedom, resilience, and the ongoing pursuit of equality. This evening, we gather in advance of the official Juneteenth holiday to reflect on its significance and celebrate its enduring legacy. Observed annually on June 19th, Juneteenth commemorates the day in 1865 when enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, learned they were free, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. Today, it stands as a powerful symbol of freedom, resilience, and the ongoing pursuit of equality for all of us. To help commemorate this important occasion, we're honored to have Charlia here, Program Manager of Hued Songs, for a special tribute to the history, culture, and spirit of June 19th. As part of that presentation, John and Jania of the Hardin Project will perform Lift Every Voice and Sing, a song that has long served as a powerful expression of hope, perseverance, and freedom. Following the performance, Commissioner Beasley Pittman will present a city proclamation recognizing Juneteenth and its significance to our community. So before we begin, the City of Fort Lauderdale invites everyone to join us for an annual Juneteenth celebration. It's this Saturday, which is June 20th, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Carter Park, where we celebrate Juneteenth and freedom and culture and community. So now, please join me in welcoming the performance. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for that really beautiful introduction, Vice Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor and it is a privilege to be here once again. My name is Charlia Gully. I am the Project Manager and Programs Manager of Hued Songs, representing tonight, and I wanted to first start by telling you about our mission. The mission of Hued Songs is to amplify a sense of greater empathy, to create belonging amongst all people, and to amplify the voices of Black and Brown artists. We believe that art is a right and not a privilege reserved for the few. So through the performance of art across South Florida, we do that. And this year, as the Vice Mayor said, we have the Juneteenth experience happening at the African American Research Library and Cultural Center on June 20th at 7:30 until 9:30 p.m., and we would love to have you out. A heartfelt thank you to the City of Fort Lauderdale, especially to our city commissioners, Mayor, City Manager Raquel Williams, for all of your support. Your commitment to the arts collectively is a testament to the city's dedication to inclusivity and to celebrating the arts. We're here today with the artists, as Vice Mayor has said, Jania Hardin and John Hardin, who will be performing Lift Every Voice and Sing. And before I tell you a little bit more, I will invite you all to rise and stand, as this is considered the Black National Anthem, written by James Weldon Johnson and later set to music by his brother, J. Rosamond Johnson, in the year 1900. This is Florida history, as both of these brothers are from here, the state of Florida, right in Jacksonville. They were born and raised there, and here in South Florida, we stand on the land that is deeply intertwined with legacy and rich cultural tapestries woven by African-American leaders like James F. Sistrunk, Eula Johnson, Clarence Walker, and so many more who created community and belonging here in this neighborhood, like Sistrunk and Dorsey Riverbend, which we all know, right? This song, Lift Every Voice and Sing, was born out of struggle and the continued fight for equality for all people, for all Americans. This song has carried the collective aspirations of Black Americans across generation. It's a call to resilience, to unity, and to hope. Let us remember the voices now as we raise our own. The lyrics to Lift Every Voice and Sing was placed onto your seat, so I invite you to grab that and sing along with us. May these words and melodies remind us of the past, inspire us in the present, and carry us forward together into a more harmonious future. Thank you so much.
Lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Oh, God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you so much for blessing us with the song. Thank you. Thank you. I am so honored tonight to be able to present this proclamation. This proclamation is being issued under the first time the city of Fort Lauderdale, we are recognizing Juneteenth. So this really has great value tonight. So if you would allow me to read and present this, we will honor the moment. Thank you. From the Office of the City Mayor, in recognition of Juneteenth. I think I ate a little bit too much. Hold on one second. Let me breathe a little bit. In recognition of Juneteenth, whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all enslaved people in the United States were forever free. Whereas the Freedom Eve, the night before the proclamation took place, enslaved and free African Americans gathered in churches and homes across the nation in hope of anticipation, marking the first watch night services in American history. Whereas, although the proclamation was a turning point in the fight for freedom, it could not be enforced in all areas still under Confederate control, leaving 1,000 in bondage for more than 2 years after its insurance. And whereas on June 19, 1865, nearly 2,000 Union troops arrived in Galveston Bay, Texas, to announce that all enslaved people in the state were free under the federal law, delivering freedom to more than 250,000 individuals and giving rise to the annual celebration known as Juneteenth. And whereas in Florida, the emancipation came when Union forces arrived in Tallahassee on May 20th, 1865, yet many enslaved people throughout the state did not receive the news of their freedom until weeks later, including on and around June 19th. Whereas freedmen and their descendants began to commemorate June 19th as a reflection of resilience and rejoicing with the tradition of Juneteenth, spreading across the country throughout and migrating of African American families to new communities. And whereas Juneteenth honors the strength, the sacrifice, and the endurance strength of African Americans who endured generations of enslavement and injustice that stands as a powerful reminder of continuous pursuit of equality, inclusion, and justice. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale proudly joins communities across the nation in recognizing June 19th as Juneteenth Day, a celebration of liberation and a call to continuous building of a brighter and a more just future for all. Now, therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale and encourages all residents to reflect on its significance, honor the lives and legacy of those who fought for freedom, and participated in meaningful commemorations throughout our community. This is dated the 16th day of June, 2026, by our Mayor, Dean Trantellis. I'm going to present the proclamation. I think we already said some words, so what we'll do, I'm going to put this in your hand, and we're going to take some pictures if that's the direction we would like to go. All right, if you go this way, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Beasley Pittman. And City Manager, is this the first year that Juneteenth is recognized as a city holiday? Or
This
right?
is, Vice
I think
Mayor. This
Commissioner
is.
Beasley Pittman mentioned that, so I just want to emphasize that. So I just celebrate that from the City Commission and City Manager and City staff making that possible. So fantastic. Now we'll move on to presentation 2, where I'm going to present a proclamation declaring June 16th as Fort Lauderdale Youth Rugby U14 State Championship Day. So, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, if you want to hang down there, I'm going to come down there with you, and we will celebrate that.
Thank you.
All right. U14 Rugby, how we doing? Good. All right. Why don't y'all, if y'all don't mind, stand up, and if you just get right in the center of the room, because you guys, it's all about you. Just get in the center of the room there. And Coach Toby, if you're, there you are, Coach Toby. Congratulations. We've got a proclamation, which I'll read, at least part of it, to celebrate you and the team. And this is on behalf of myself and Commissioner Beasley Pittman. So, this is celebrating Fort Lauderdale Youth Rugby 2026 U14 champions right here. You're looking at champions. It's state champions. Soon to be world champions, but state champions for now. So here's a little bit. Whereas Fort Lauderdale Youth Rugby U14 team has demonstrated exceptional athletic ability, discipline, and teamwork throughout the 2026 season, serving as an outstanding ambassador for the city of Fort Lauderdale, both on and off the field. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Toby Lawrence, assistant coach TJ, and where's TJ? TJ here? Traveling. All right, we'll give TJ a pass. And dedicated team of coaches, volunteers, parents, guardians, loved ones. 24 young athletes achieved an extraordinary season marked by perseverance and competitive excellence. And whereas during the 2026 season, the team extended its reach beyond state competition by hosting the Cayman Islands U14 rugby team in Fort Lauderdale and traveling to the Cayman Islands for its inaugural international match. Did we win? Oh, okay, all right, hey. So there's some tough matches here and there. It's all good. It's all good. Still one state. And whereas on May 9th, 2026, Fort Lauderdale Youth Rugby U14 captured the Florida Youth Rugby State Championship with a hard-fought 17-14 victory over a highly respected Weston Rugby Club. And by the way, I was talking to the fellas here. They were you down 14 to 0. 14 to 0. Perseverance, grit, came back, pulled it off 17 to 14. And whereas this remarkable, give them a hand for that. This remarkable accomplishment reflects the dedication of athletes, coaches, families, supporters, whose collective efforts have brought pride, inspiration, and recognition to the city of Fort Lauderdale while setting a strong foundation for these young men as they advance to the U16 division. You ready for this? U16, we ready? Nothing less than a state championship coming back. So, all right, bring it, okay? And now, therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale hereby proclaim June 16, 2026 as Fort Lauderdale Youth Rugby U14 Champions Day here in the city. Signed, your mayor, Dean J. Trantellis. Coach, congratulations. The floor is yours.
I think the commissioner just said everything I was trying to say there. So I'll be pretty quick here. Just real quick, Mayor, he's gone to the bathroom. But commissioners, thank you so much just for honoring these kids. The championship belongs to the players. You know, these kids put the hard work in. They represent Fort Lauderdale with pride on and off the field. I also want to highlight what this club does beyond the scoreboard. We hosted, which is not easy to do, Cayman Islands over here at Holiday Park, which you heard, which was, you know, we had to just gather and go, and we did it well. As well as 2 other festivals that we hosted at Mills Pond Park with hundreds of kids playing rugby from across the state in our city here. So it was really cool. And then when we reciprocate in rugby, it's tradition, so we went down to the Cayman Islands. So we got to represent Fort Lauderdale internationally for the kids' first time with more destinations to come in the future. We look forward to growing that. More international teams coming to Fort Lauderdale and more opportunities for our kids to represent our city abroad. To get there, we'd love to work with the city on improving our facilities. So Fort Lauderdale can truly be a destination for rugby in South Florida. But none of this happens without the support of Fort Lauderdale Parks and Recreation. Garrett Smith, Tommy Hall, Nigel Dooling, Reese Hippolyte. We couldn't have done it without you guys. A testament. They've been great to work with. I know for them it's like, you know, putting the square peg in the round hole every day of the week. But it's been great to work with them and accommodating them and giving these boys a place to compete. It's been phenomenal. We're grateful for their partnership and their commitment to youth sports in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Go ahead, go over there with the fellas. Thank you. Now we're going to hand out certificates to each of the boys, and hopefully we got everyone here. So Commissioner Beasley, people will hand them out as I speak. Bear. So, what do you have? How do you want? Yeah, Bear. Okay, Bear, raise your hand. Where's Bear? All right, good. Come on up. Adler. Good win. David. Torrance. Okay, all good. Will. Not here, we'll get it to him. Nikai. Here we go. Parker. Aaron. Jonah. Tommy. Not here, all right? We'll get it to him. Matthew. Yes. Matthew Goodwin. Good. Okay. Tommy's not here. Tommy's not here. Jaden. Tyler. Not here. Caleb. There's Caleb. And Jack. Did everyone good? Everyone got it? We got the ones who aren't here. Fantastic. Let's give it up for these folks. Fantastic. Now I'll call Commissioner Glassman up to present to the Boys and Girls Club. Thank you. Hey, Rocky, awesome. Thank you so much. Here we go. There we go. All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Actually, I would like to have some people join me, please, at the podium. Cameron Warwick, Director of Development. Marcus Thomas, Club Director from the Nan Knox Club. Jasmine Brown, Club Director from the Lester H. White Club, if you're all here. 2 out of 3? That's not bad. I'll take 2 out of 3. Gentlemen, thank you. All right. Okay, this is my pleasure to present this from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale, a proclamation in recognition of Boys and Girls Club of Broward County. Whereas, the City of Fort Lauderdale proudly recognizes the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County for their unwavering dedication to helping young people reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. Through its investment in young people, the organization strengthens our community and helps build a brighter future for generations to come. And whereas, in 1965, a group of 5 community members came together to establish the Boys Club of Broward to serve boys in underserved neighborhoods in the Fort Lauderdale area. Utilizing abandoned church buildings, they opened 2 clubs within the first 2 years. Now, the Lester H. White and Nan Knox clubs. And whereas in 1990, recognizing the need to provide girls with the same safe, supportive, and enriching after-school environment, the board expanded its mission by hiring additional staff, updating facilities, and enhancing programming. This pivotal shift marked the transformation into the inclusive Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County, which continue to serve youth across the region. And whereas for more than 6 decades, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County have served young people throughout Broward County, operating 11 clubs and 5 teen centers in Davie, Deerfield Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Lauderhill, North Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Sunrise, and West Park. In Fort Lauderdale, that mission is carried out through the Harold Hackey Reitman, MD Club, Lester H. White Club, Nan Knox Boys and Girls Club, and Fred DeLuca Teen Center, which provide local youth with educational, recreational, and leadership opportunities in safe and supportive environments. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County serve more than 12,000 young people between the ages of 6 and 18 each year, providing programs focused on education, leadership, healthy lifestyle, citizenship, and personal growth. Their impact is reflected in the success of their members, with 97% graduating from high school, 92% graduating on time, and 88% pursuing higher education. And whereas National Boys and Girls Club Week, observed annually, celebrates the transformative impact of clubs across the country, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County are part of a nationwide network of more than 5,400 clubs dedicated to providing safe, supportive spaces where young people can learn, grow, and thrive, empowering the next generation to reach their fullest potential. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 22nd through 26, 2026 as National Boys and Girls Club Week in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and dated this the 16th day of June, 2026, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all for having us. My name is Cameron Ward, Director of Development and Corporate Relations for Boys and Girls Club of Broward. I'm joined here by Mr. Marquise Thompson, Club Director of our Nan Knox unit. So, Boys and Girls Club of Broward County is dedicated to doing whatever it takes to shape great futures. We're home to 18 locations with 4 spaces right here in Fort Lauderdale, and we provide a place of safety and access for the youth of Broward ages 6 through 18. But we can't continue to do this without the support of our community and, more importantly, the municipalities that govern them. Nationally, across the U.S., 1 in 19 people have been through the famous Blue Doors as Boys and Girls Club's kids. That means that you very well know an alumni personally or pass one by every single day without even realizing it. So when you support a Boys and Girls Club, you're supporting future doctors, lawyers, city officials, teachers, athletes, businessmen, leaders, and peers. So as you can see, America and Broward County need club kids. And as we continue taking the steps to graduate our club kids from adolescents to young adults, providing the resources necessary for them to become productive citizens, we are grateful for the recognition from the City of Fort Lauderdale to support our mission and growth. We thank you and encourage you to visit our clubs and learn more about the impact we are creating each and every day. I'll allow a couple minutes for Coach Marquise to say a few words.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Talk about the impact. You're looking at the impact. This is Marquise Thomas, one of the troubled kids from the Fort Lauderdale area in that same community, whereas the Boys and Girls Club was his sanctuary. Going through many struggles in my life, being raised by grandparents, didn't have much, but one thing we had in our community was a Boys and Girls Club. From age 12, when I joined the Boys and Girls Club, they gave me an opportunity. They gave me hope. They instilled in me that I will become somebody. I had no choice. Those were leaders in that building. I've been through the struggle and still go through the struggle. However, the Boys and Girls Club has strengthened me so much to where now I'm the director of the same club I grew up in as a kid, and I'm able to give back. Thank you. I'm able to give back to those youth every single day when I have orientation and I speak to them and I let them know the choice is yours. Once you turn 18, there's a thing called life. And it's my job and my responsibility and my staff is to prepare you for that once you leave these blue doors. And like the proclamation says, we have grown doctors, lawyers, teachers, principals that has come through the Boys and Girls Club. And they come back and they thank us for the work we've done. And I thank each of you for always being a part of Boys and Girls Club and recognizing Boys and Girls Club and what we do, because it definitely changed lives, because it changed mine. Thank you again, and we love you all.
Come on this way.
Thank you, Commissioner Glassman. Thank you, Boys and Girls Club. And Chris Gentile, who's the co-CEO of the Boys and Girls Club, is right there. Chris, if you wave your hand, just thank you for all your work. Yeah, thank you for what you do. Part of the effort. Thank you so much. Amazing testimony. So now we're going to move into our consent agenda. So if you were here for a presentation, I know you might want to stay for the whole commission meeting. You're welcome to do so. It'll go for about 3 more hours. But if you'd like to leave now, that's okay. We will not hold that against you. So thank you all for being here for the presentations. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Keep working hard, all right? Proud of you guys. Thank you. Having fun. Hey. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Keep rocking. All right? Terminate. Congratulations. Keep it up. Congratulations. Keep rocking, all right? Keep going. Good job. Sorry, good catch. Hey, cat. Cat-like reflex. Good. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you got it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. Fantastic. So now we move on to the consent agenda. The items under the consent agenda will be enacted by one motion. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a discussion is desired by any commissioner or charter officer. So at this point, I will ask each commissioner if they have any items they'd like to pull from the consent agenda, and we'll discuss that separately. Commissioner Herbst.
M1.
M1. Fantastic. Sorry, M1. M1 is not on the consent. Yeah. So none?
No, in that case, none.
Let's just double check M1, Commissioner. Let me just double check M1 to make sure. Contract capacity for Hayes and Sawyer, is that the 31 million? Is that?
Yep.
We want, okay. So not on the consent agenda, so we'll address it. That's all good. Right after the consent. Okay, so none for Commissioner Herbst. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
CM7 and CM9.
Great. CM7 and CM9. Excellent. Commissioner Glassman.
None.
None. Okay. Then in terms of speaking, we have Gary Smith, who signed up for CM14. And Gary, is that for, before you get up, is that for questions or would you like to talk about it? Fantastic. So I'll pull CM14. So we've got CM7, CM9, and CM14 will be pulled. Okay, City Clerk? Fantastic. So, and now, do I have a motion to approve all the consent agenda items with the exception of CM7, CM9, CM14?
So moved.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Fantastic. So all of those consent agenda items have been approved except for the 3 that have been called. So now the ones that have been called, CM7, we will start with Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I pulled CM7. I am in full support of it, but this is a program that is growing, and I wanted to ask our fire chief to come up. This program is amazing, and I just wanted to give a little extra light to it. And it's also, City Manager, moving forward, I would like to add a conference opportunity to talk about the mobile integrated health program. So if you could just share with us a little bit, Chief, what this is so everyone in the room will understand the value of it.
Absolutely. Good evening, Stephen Golan. I'm your fire chief. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for having me up here this evening. So this is a collaborative effort between Broward Health and Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue. This rescue was obtained on state appropriations about 1.5 years ago, and Broward Health purchased it, outfitted it, put everything together. And what this rescue will be utilized for is for providing services out into the community through the mobile integrated health system, through opiate addiction funds that were received through the core grants and things of that nature. We'll be able to take this rescue out and provide blood pressure checks, care out in the community, and hopefully be able to navigate conversations with the community that prevent them from having to go to the ER, whether it's in just basic medicine or anything all the way to addictions, having those conversations before they're too late and curbing our call volume.
Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely. And most importantly, just once again, this would not have happened without the collaboration of Broward Health and the willingness for them to work with us to provide that health care all the way back to the homes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I wanted to bring value to it. With that, I move that we move to accept this item.
Excellent. So motion's been made to approve CM7. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen.
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst.
CM7 passes. CM9.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. CM9, I request for it to be pulled. I love to give transparency to opportunities within District 3. This is a rebid suggestion for the Provident Park redesign. This redesign has been going on for a moment, and I wanted to give transparency. So if we could have someone come and give clarity as to why we are moving in the direction of a rebid.
We have Vanessa Martin, our newly minted CRA manager.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I wanted to shed some light on Provident Park. So there are three components to Provident Park: the design component, the artist component, and the construction component. So the design component, we procured a firm back in 2021. However, that firm went out of business and only completed 90% of the design. So we went through the procurement process again to procure a firm to complete the 10% of that design component. So moving forward from that point on, we submitted a bid and that we thought was reasonable because it was just to review the drawings and make sure that we followed whatever zoning required. However, those bids came back considerably high, exceeding $200,000. So this is why we're here to rebid this contract.
Vanessa, could you share with us that original bid? And you said it was $200,000 more. Could you define those two dollar amounts for the room?
Yeah, sure. So we submitted a bid for $32,000, considering the fact that we did pay the original firm about $136,000. So we estimated, based off of what needed to be done, that it would only cost about $32,000. However, the new firm suggested that they needed to review all of the artwork, all of the design, and make their own assessments, hire their own subcontractors. So they just exceeded exactly more than we anticipated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, with that being shared, again, I wanted it for transparency. If we could, I make the motion to reject the proposal and go into a rebid.
Excellent. So you're making the motion to reject all proposals, to request for qualifications. So you're moving that item forward. Is there a second?
Vice Mayor, can I ask a question, please? I'd like to get a second, and then I have a question. Thanks.
Sure. Is there a second? Okay. Commissioner Herbst is seconding it. Commissioner Glassman.
Thanks. Vanessa, actually, if I could just follow up some of those questions, because I know this is going to be a rebid. But when I read the CAM, I see at the last sentence it says, rejecting all proposals received in response to RFQ number 543-1 and utilizing the city's existing architectural continuing contract to perform the required services. So if we already have an existing architectural services and we already have a contract in place, why is it necessary to rebid and add another firm to the pool?
If I may, before Vanessa jumps in, just want to clarify that this was the rebid, and so we want to reject.
So there is no rebid.
We would like to utilize the pool of architects that we have and issue a task order. So the rebid in the title was for the item. We're saying that we don't want to accept any of the proposals received under the rebid.
So basically, then the motion has to change drastically because the motion is calling for a rebid.
Okay. All right.
So we can deal with that. But so my question then is, we're not going to do any additional rebidding on this, and we're not going to be adding to the pool. So again, my original question is, if we already had a city existing architectural continuing contract to perform these services, why was it necessary to add to the services, the pool of services?
So Commissioner Glenn Markles, Chief Procurement Officer, the motion in front of you is a motion rejecting all proposals.
I understand that.
It's not to rebid.
I understand that.
At the time, we were exploring the possibility of rebidding, but since then, as the CAM indicates, we have identified a contract currently in place that we can use to have a firm render these services.
I understand. Maybe it's my fault for not being clear. Again, I read in the CAM that we already have these services provided. We have a contract. We have existing architectural services, correct?
That is correct.
So what was the original intent to enlarge that pool? And I'm saying, why did this happen in the first place? Why didn't we just say, well, we already have these services. Why did we find it necessary to add? Why wasn't the original direction like, we're fine, we don't need it anymore? Why did we have the need to add to the pool of vendors for architectural services?
Great question. That contract came after this item. So that contract for architectural services was actually put in place after this item was rejected, or it's in front of you to be rejected.
Okay, so that contract for services came after this item went out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we couldn't just pull it and just not move forward with it?
As far as the current contract that we're looking into, well, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to just utilize the current firms under that contract to render the services.
Okay, so why did we have that? Why did one come before the other when it should have been reversed? If we already knew that we had a contract, why did we continue down the path of trying to add to that pool?
So the item before you happened before the current contract was awarded. So the actual contract that we're going to use for these services came afterwards, Commissioner.
Again, I understand that. My question is, why did we even bother if we already had that contract in place, even though it came after? Why did we bother to even go down the road of saying, let's find another vendor to add to that pool? Why didn't we just stop and say, you know what, we've got this contract now of architectural services, we don't need another company?
So the services that's currently before you, it was for a firm to take on the work of a prior firm that went out of business. So there was a risk involved, and so we wanted to put this out in order for firms to take on that risk. So now, since the firm said that they could, but then through negotiations, they came back and then stated that they were not going to be able to meet the $32,000 budget because they wanted to redo the whole entire work. That was not the scope, Commissioner. The scope was to take on the liability and take on the actual work of a prior firm. And so they're now trying to do the whole entire scope all over again.
So if they came back with that price and thought it was way out of line, are we confident that whoever we have now under contract is able to do that work for whatever they were hired for their services?
Commissioners, that's going to be basis of negotiations. We are going to try our best to see if we can utilize that contract. If it fails, then we're going to have to do a rebid.
Okay, because this firm that we're rejecting, they came in at over 700% higher than we wanted to pay.
Correct.
So you're going to have to work some magic with whoever's in our stable right now to make sure that they're going to be able to do this when one firm has already said they wanted 730% more, right?
Yeah, that is correct. That firm is going to have to agree to take on that liability. If they do not, then we're going to have to, again, rebid this thing out, and then we're going to have to kind of face, face the curtain here. I mean, either they're going to do the work, taking on the liability, or we're going to have the firm redo the entire work all over again. And so we're going to have to find the money to have the firm perform the entire work, and that's going to be probably within the same range that this firm came under.
Okay, well, I wish you all the best.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So is there an amendment to the motion, City Clerk? I think it stands.
So the motion before you is just motion rejecting all the proposals. So
Right.
just a motion, just a simple motion is fine.
So the motion's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Glassman.
Commissioner Herbst.
No, Herbst. Commissioner
Seconded
Herbst
by
seconded.
Commissioner Herbst. Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman moved it.
But the
second.
motion included the word "and go out to rebid." We can't have that.
So it's just minus going out to rebid, just rejecting the proposals.
Yeah, motions to reject.
Okay. Thank you.
Motions to reject. So
I move that we.
do you
my
accept
motion.
the amendment to the motion?
What are we saying here? I don't hear three things right now. A motion to reject the proposal.
All proposals.
All proposals. That's it?
Period.
Okay.
Yep. So, great. So the motion's been made to reject all proposals by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Commissioner Herbst seconded. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
All right, we did it. That
Yes.
was good work, team. All right, fantastic. CM14. So this is a motion approving a FY26 not-for-profit service agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Fellowship Recovery Community Organization, Rotary Connection as well, not to exceed $90,000. So Gary Smith, if you want to come up, you have 2 minutes to speak. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, and good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Gary Smythe. I am a co-founder and the Executive Director of Rotary Connection, a bus for our homeless that connects our riders to resources and reunification. I'm here tonight to express my sincere gratitude for your investment in Rotary Connection, and more importantly, for your commitment to helping some of our community's most vulnerable residents. Since launching less than a year ago, Rotary Connection has provided over 5,000 rides to individuals experiencing homelessness in our city with onboard resource navigators, and we've placed over 150 people in residential treatment and have reunified over 160 people just this week into cities like LA, Kansas City, Detroit, Atlanta, and today, Fayetteville. While the bus may be what people see, what makes this program successful is the partnership behind it, and this investment reflects a shared belief that practical, compassionate, and innovative solutions can make a real difference. I'd like to extend on behalf of our team a thank you to Rachel Williams, Chris Cooper, Portia Garcia, Katrina Johnson, George Arushka, Carol Mitchell, Raquel Williams, Louisa Agathon, Erica Franceschi, Vicky Gargano, Jamal Walker, Jeanette Frey, Scott Wyman, and Zachary Eakins Duran, who all work tirelessly behind the scenes to help us support this mission that we have before us tonight. I'd also like to thank each member of this commission and Mayor Trentalis for your leadership, for your confidence in our work, and your willingness to support new approaches to addressing homelessness and improving quality of life in our city. And a special shout out and thank you to Vice Mayor Sorensen and Commissioner Pamela Beasley Pittman for joining us on the bus for ride-alongs. We enjoyed you coming along to experience the work that we're doing on the road. On behalf of my co-founders, Rick Riccardi, Gwen Beatty, and Pastor Ralph Giachetti, and our parent organization, Fellowship Recovery Community Organization, and the Rotary Club of Fort Lauderdale, plus our staff, volunteers, partners, and thousands of individuals we have served, thank you for your support, your partnership, and your belief in Rotary Connection.
Great. Thank you very much, Gary. Appreciate it. Thank you for Rotary and all your work on this. And Rick is here. Rick, if you just wave your hand, thank you. And Gwen, thank you for your work as well. If you haven't heard of Rotary Connection, this is a brainchild of Rotary Fort Lauderdale that identified a need in our community to get those who are experiencing homelessness to the service providers that support them. It is an amazing, amazing initiative that's working incredibly well. So it's fantastic. I'm so grateful we as a city commission and the city of Fort Lauderdale are supporting it. Also, Fellowship Recovery, who's here, does amazing work to help those experiencing addiction and in recovery, to help them get back on their feet in amazing ways. I've been there. I've seen the work. thank you for your work. Please keep it up. And we're so grateful to partner. So thank you. I just want to give you all a hand. City Attorney, question for you, City Attorney. Am I able, as chairing the meeting, am I able to make seconds?
You would have to pass the.
I'd have to pass for, okay, great. Okay, so is there a motion to approve CM 14?
So moved.
Is there a second? Great. CM 14 has been moved and seconded. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Fantastic. CM 14 is passed. That concludes our consent agenda items. So if you were on the consent agenda, and you are free to leave if you like. Also welcome to stay. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to pause our City Commission meeting to finish our City Commission conference meeting. So this was an earlier meeting that we were participating in. And so we're going to pause our City Commission meeting, and we're going to go back to our City Commission conference meeting. So we will start that. Back to our City Commission conference meeting. So where we left off there, we had covered a lot of great ground. We're now on the City Commissioners' reports. So what we do is allow each commissioner to share any policy questions, issues, so forth. Commissioner Herbst, start with you. None from Commissioner Herbst. Thank you. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the time. It's been very productive the last couple of weeks. A lot is going on in our city, and I'm grateful to be a part of what is transpiring. On Thursday, June 4th, I attended the Broward Leagues of Cities board meeting. It was a great meeting. I'm thankful for my commission, the commissioner partners that sit here with me that elected me to be a representative for our city. Our special discussion was the impact on the on Broward municipalities regarding the property tax reform. So we talked about that a little earlier. I asked a question about how are we as elected officials affected about how we can educate versus advocate or talk about that subject overall. So we talked about that earlier, but it was a great meeting. And again, thank you for allowing me to be the representative for our city. I want to tell us about the group violence intervention program that we have here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. This is a program that I am really excited about. I am also a champion for it. It is a data-driven reduction strategy addressing violence in our city. It's through our police department, and I am just so honored that when I started this opportunity to be the city commissioner for District 3, I was able to have conversations with our PD, giving them the concerns and talking to them about things I would like to see us go in a direction for change. And they were welcoming. They began to do due diligence to find opportunities where we could address this matter overall, not only for District 3, but for the city as well. This program is not considered community policing. It's actually a focus on deterrence. Right now, its genesis started in District 3, but the initiative is for the citywide. And what it allows for is our neighbors, stakeholders, concerned individuals, our neighbors who recognizes things that are going on, and they are becoming ambassadors where they're speaking with our young people speaking with the ambassadors, given an opportunity to make a change in our city. Some great things are going on. We officially kicked this off in February of this year. But this month of June, PD has really taken off with the opportunity. Thank you to our police department that's in the house. Thank you so much for what you're doing. We have had we had a field day at Oswald Park. That was on Saturday, June 6th. This last Saturday, June 13th, we had a block takeover, and that was at Northwest 8th Street and 10th Terrace. And this coming, the next event, rather, is Saturday, June 27th. It is a peace walk that's going to start at Northwest 9th Avenue and end at Lincoln Park, which is at Northwest 19th Avenue. I'm sharing this because, again, this is a citywide initiative. I'm inviting all of us to be a part of the change. If you want to see a change in the city, you have to step up and be a part of it. Please, this information is on our city web pages. Find out about the information. And if you don't remember anything else, you know who I am. Look on my page. I want to see you out there because this is not a District 3 solo item. This is a situation that we need to face as a city. So that's an invitation to all of us. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to applaud our Explorers, the Police Academy Explorers, post number 1160. They had a graduation last week, and I wasn't able to be there, but I've been watching these young people since I took this position, and the leadership that they have grown into. The program is amazing. If you haven't heard about our Explorers, we need to find out about it. And then I'm going to take a little pause. The fire department, we have an Explorer program as well with the fire department. When I tell you our city is reaching out and putting hands on our young people, I am so excited about this. Because if you're like me, you know, I'm not going to tell my age tonight. I have told it before. But if you are like me, you want to make sure that 10, 20 years from now that your future is secure. And when I tell you we have some young people who are stepping up to make sure that, be proud of the products that's coming through the city of Fort Lauderdale. I believe that ends my report. Vice Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beasley-Pittman. Appreciate it. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Busy couple of weeks for District 2 and the city, as Commissioner Beasley-Pittman said. June 5th, I had the pleasure of attending with about 1,000 of my best friends the Port Everglades Association Economic Engine Report and luncheon at the convention center. And I will tell you, I attend this every year because I just find it fascinating to listen to the data and to listen to what is happening in and around our city. Obviously, strong report. The present looks great. The future looks great. There are many places in the nation that are envious of what's happening in terms of our own economy. And the economic engine report for our airport and seaport is very strong. June 6th, I had the pleasure of joining the Dolphin Democratic Club. That is the oldest LGBTQ Democratic Club in the state of Florida. They celebrated their 44th anniversary. Very spirited evening, great speeches, and a really good feeling in that room. Congratulations to that organization for that. June 9th, attended the Marine Industries annual meeting and luncheon. I believe Vice Mayor and Commissioner Beasley-Pittman, you were there as well, right in this room. This room was transformed into a beautiful setting. City Manager, if we can have that kind of dinner service here for whenever we have our meetings in this room, that would be tremendous. I mean, they really transformed this space, didn't they?
That's great.
It was wonderful. City Manager, I know you were there, so I'm just throwing that out. Maybe we can have our dinner break right in here.
We got budget cuts.
Budget cuts, I forgot. Yes, we do have budget cuts. We have a lot of challenges. I wasn't really serious, but thank you anyway.
Ramen noodles.
There you go. June 11th, as everyone knows, right down the street, we're working on our Himashi Historic District. We have a three-prong attack. One is the tactical urbanism, the streetscape beautification program. One is the ordinance for redevelopment of the street. And then one is also how we are dealing with the decertification of the entertainment district and the new rules that we were putting in place. So on June 11th, I did attend the Himashi Street Tactical Urbanism and Streetscape Beautification at the New River Inn. I want to thank staff for that. Again, these are wonderful meetings. We've done so much public outreach, received so much input from all of the stakeholders. So that was an excellent meeting. That evening, I also went over to ArtServe and participated in the e-bikes ordinance with Vice Mayor. Again, another issue facing our quality of life and how we are going to control the e-bikes in our city. June 15th, again, dealing with the Himashi Street corridor. We just had last night the Special Entertainment District meeting over in the Marine Industries building. Lots of excellent discussion. Dialogue was a little heated at times, but that's okay. Staff, again, has done a great job. This has been about a 3-year process, gathering input, refining what's going to eventually come back to the commission. And I have an ask of city manager and of the commission. Staff has been doing a great job, and I commend staff for putting this all together. But the conversation hasn't quite ended, and I know that we said that we wanted to come back on July 2nd, our last meeting before our break, and get that ordinance going. But I'm going to advise that we just take a little more time. Again, so many more ideas were floated, so many more solutions were floated. The input is still continuing. So I'm going to say that I really think that we should let this digest a little bit. Staff can listen to it a little bit more, figure it out. I don't want a rushed ordinance on July 2nd. I want an excellent ordinance when it comes to us. So I'm going to ask that maybe we look at after the break for this. It's not that much longer, but it gives staff a little bit more time, I believe, to put this all together. So instead of July 2nd, I would certainly recommend August 18th when we come back, or the meeting after that. I just think it would behoove us all to take that little bit of extra time and do it right, as opposed to rushing it to July 2nd and then having everybody disagree with everything. So that's just my ask on that.
And let's pause there, Commissioner. I'm supportive of that, but let's just see if that's the commission. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, is that?
Yes,
amenable?
I'm in favor of pausing and taking
extra time.
Taking extra time.
August 18th, I think he said. Commissioner Herbst. Fine. Okay. City Manager.
We will
Attorney?
do so.
Okay.
We're good.
Great.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you to my colleagues for that. Thank you to staff, and hopefully that'll give us a little bit more time to get it right. June 17th through 20th coming up, we actually have the Speedo Summer Classic at the Fort Lauderdale Aquatic Center. Lots of top athletes. I still have to decide which color I'm going to choose, but I'll figure it out in time for June 17th, which is, I think, just tomorrow. Another great venue, another amazing venue in our city that's attracting top-notch swimmers and divers from around the country and even outside of the country. June 19th, I will be having the pleasure of speaking at the Broward Workshop. I'm looking forward to that. And we'll be talking about a lot of issues facing our city. These are top businesses in our city that gather, and I'm looking forward to being with them. Also that night, for those of you that don't know, the Starlight Musical Series has reconvened. That is in Holiday Park in District 2 through August 14th. Great concerts. This Friday will be the Rockabilly Kings, and great crowds show up for that. So happy to see that series continue again every summer. People really seem to enjoy it a lot. Sunday, June 21, Make Music FTL at the Tunnel Top Park. That's Sunday, the 21st. Is Sunday between 2 and 6 p.m. Also want to make mention on June 25th, I will be convening our last District 2 President's Roundtable, where the presidents of all of our 24 neighborhood associations in District 2 are invited to gather. We'll be doing this one in person. That will be our last one before the summer recess. I just have something I wanted to mention, because I've been thinking about this. We've been talking about cuts a lot. We've been talking about having to face the challenges that we might have if the voters decide to pass the ballot item in November on the property tax reform. And it got me thinking, and I know this is going to be coming up to us again. We've been having a lot of discussion of City Hall, a new City Hall, versus retrofitting older buildings in the city. And it made me think about the way we're going about this, and I just want everyone to think about it before the next time we have this conversation. But, you know, we went with a team. There were actually 6 teams that ponied up $25,000 to participate in that process. We asked 4 to actually make presentations. They all had skin in the game. They all paid $25,000. They all had a lot of extensive meetings. They all had incredible presentations. They all had really excellent teams here in front of us. And they went through that process. And then all of a sudden now we're facing a situation where owners of older buildings have approached us to buy their properties. And we as a city have not made them have any skin in the game. They did not contribute $25,000. In fact, we are spending $500,000 as a city to do appraisals on their buildings, to actually have reports, engineering reports on their buildings. These are not even invasive reports. These are non-invasive engineering reports that we're doing, and we're taking on the entire expense. So I'd just like us all to think about, why is it that we didn't ask those owners of those buildings that approached us with selling their buildings to us, why aren't they paying for the appraisals? Why aren't they paying for the engineering reports that we're going through? You don't have to answer me now, but I just wanted everyone to think about it, because it just didn't seem fair to me that we're elevating the owners of those buildings and those older structures, 25, 35, 40-year-old buildings, to a point where they're on an even keel now almost with a team that we selected after a long process that we made everyone go through an arduous process. So I'm just throwing that out there. In fact, I don't know if you saw, but today at the county level, they actually rejected the idea of going into Dania Beach to buy the Spirit Airlines buildings because they said they didn't have enough information. They were afraid of going down a rabbit hole of expenses in retrofitting that building to meet the needs of the county commission, some of the topics that we've already talked about. I will also remind you that the proposals that they had with that building ranged between $415 and $500 million, and they've rejected that because, again, they didn't know how much they might have to spend going down that rabbit hole of not knowing what was going to happen if they started ripping and tearing. But so they're staying with their proposal, and I believe their proposal on West Broward Boulevard in our city, they're looking at an expense of $663 million. So we're way under that. And yet they're at $663 million. I think we're going to be able to come in under 200 or right around 200 million for our building, which is just, so you know, is very much in line with Pompano Beach spending, Sunrise spending, Oakland Park spending per square feet, per capita of those cities. They all managed to build a new city hall. I think we can do the same. So that's it for me. I just wanted to mention those notes. Let's think about, though, why we didn't put any of the onus on those buildings that came to us to sell their buildings. Why are we footing the bill for those appraisals and for those engineering reports? Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So, Commissioner Glassman, can I weigh in on that?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yep. I think that's a great idea. I think we should absolutely ask them, because the one proposal that we had that involved the sale of a building was for the Kaplan building, and they actually did pony up and put skin in the game. They did submit. So I think you're absolutely right. I think we should ask these other folks to do the same thing. We should get a $25,000 minimum check out of them as well. I don't see any reason why we should treat them differently.
Great. Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. So, Commissioner Beasley,
with the process that we are now, we can ask at this point. Okay.
We can always say no, but
yep.
We can ask.
Great. City Manager, is that you okay to make that ask?
We will make the ask.
So who would that be of, just so we're clear? It would be 101
and
Tower.
1 East Broward.
1 East Broward.
And not the Broward County Courthouse. GSA is not
GSA won't.
GSA is going to say we have to pay them.
Good point. Right.
Well, also because they didn't approach us, we just threw them in the mix. The other two buildings approached us with proposals. Yeah. I think they should also pay for their appraisals and the engineering reports, but that's just me.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think we need to treat everybody uniformly and fairly. There's no reason why we shouldn't be asking them as well. And one of the things I learned in sales is the only sale you don't get is the one you don't ask for.
There you go.
Agreed.
I mean, we're facing tough times and budget constraints, and all of a sudden we're taking on $500,000 to help them. I don't understand. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so City Manager, you'll make the $25,000 ask. Great, thank you so much.
We will do so before July 2nd.
Okay, great, thank you. And actually, that brings up, and are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
thank
great.
you.
Thank you. So I'll go to my comments. I didn't have a chance earlier to bring this up, but when we were talking about City Hall and what we're going to do in terms of, we were talking about funding mechanisms and so forth, Commissioner Herbst, you brought up this couple times of bonding possibility for City Hall, right? If I have that right, and can you mention that again, or what type
Certainly.
of bonding is your thinking?
I would love to, and we may still have an opportunity to do this. I don't know. I'll look at my city attorney. But so one last time for the record.
Yep.
If we were to put this out for a general obligation bond on a referendum for a vote in November, it would become voted debt service, and it would be, I'll use this term loosely, grandfathered in if there's any tax reform that is approved as it relates to ad valorem taxes. So it would be off the table for purposes of that. So I think it would behoove us to move in that direction and put in a voted debt service option. Now, if it is turned down by the voters, that doesn't mean we can't move forward with the project. It simply means that we have to have an alternative funding source. And I'll give you a historical precedent for this. You may remember when the county went forward with the GO bond for the county courthouse, it was rejected by the taxpayers, and they used a different funding mechanism for the special obligation bond that they did for that. So one does not necessarily preclude the other, but if it is passed by the taxpayers, then we have a protected source of funds for debt service that will not be impacted by property tax reform. So I still think if we can get this on the ballot for November, it would be in our best interest.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Herbst. City Attorney, City Manager, timing, is that a possibility?
We'll have to look into that. I'll work with David on that. There are some concerns because, of course, the one date has passed for our submission, but I'll talk to David and we'll see what we can do.
And I'm assuming that's a supervisor of election
Correct.
question, engagement?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there interest for that to be considered?
I have a concern.
Yeah.
I just want to know, let's go back to the first unsolicited proposal, and then we received 5 others. Did it have to be a part of that conversation at all, or did it have to be a part of any kind of term sheet since we've moved forward, or now that we're almost ready to look at an IA? I mean, are any of those considerations or issues when it comes to then all of a sudden looking at the bonding?
I think in all the documentation that we put out as it relates to the City Hall project, I think it gave the city a lot of flexibility in terms of how the project could be funded. At this time, we have been exploring special obligation bonds, not general obligation bonds, but that would not preclude us from going in another direction if that was the will of the commission. But there's nothing in the unsolicited proposal process that bound the city to a certain financing structure or mechanism.
And City Attorney, you don't see any issue with that at all either going forward and what we've done to this point with the team that we've selected in terms of moving forward?
Commissioner, an overarching issue will be whether we could even do this with the time we have.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take it one step at a time. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right
Thank
now,
you.
I'm not inclined to say yes to that. I think it's going to make things complicated, but I'm willing to hear what they come up with. Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, is that okay? Move forward with that. Okay, great. So, City Manager, City Attorney, is that sufficient guidance?
I think it would probably start with David
David,
maybe reaching out
City
to the
Clerk.
Supervisor of Elections.
Yeah, I can reach out to them. I guess the one issue would be is if we have to do an ordinance, we only have July 2nd, and then by the time we come back, it would be past the time for final submittal.
So we might need a special meeting.
We could call a special
Potentially,
meeting.
but I'll reach out to them and ask them the question.
And David, my only thinking is we already have a number of items that are going to be on for referendum. This is simply one more item in a list of other items. We've got charter referendums. We've got a special election. It's hopefully just one more line item, and I hate to presuppose what the supervisor of elections will do, but perhaps he will not be too upset if we just want to slide one more line into it, because he's not printing the ballots until after the August elections anyway, right? So we have to have the August primaries, and then he prints up the ballots for November. So in terms of the actual printing and mailing, it doesn't preclude him from being able to include any additional language. So hopefully he won't see that as a complicating factor. But I don't want to speak for the supervisor of elections.
But also this would require 3 of us to say yes at 2 readings, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, City Clerk. Fantastic. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, I know you mentioned you want to share a little bit more about Juneteenth, just activities, if you...
Making the announcement that on June 20th, we as a city, we are celebrating Juneteenth. The event will be at Carter Park. It is from 5 to 8 p.m. Again, this is an invitation, a celebration, an opportunity for the city overall. I look forward to seeing everyone there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This last couple of weeks, I've gotten a lot of emails from residents about our City Commission Code of Conduct. I don't know if it's just me, but I got a lot of those. The City Commission Code of Conduct is something we all signed when we enter into office. And just some of the feedback I got was pertaining to comments about the Commissioner Glassman you made about bad upbringing, Ted, really bad upbringing. And so the concerns that many residents were emailing me about is where the code of conduct says, I as a city commissioner or vice mayor or mayor will refrain from inappropriate language, including statements that are malicious, threatening, slanderous, or disparaging. And then says, I pledge to be fair, honest, and respectful to others. So I want to bring that up for discussion and how we can, best communicate with respect and dignity to all residents, even when we disagree. So just want to open that up for any discussion or comments or thoughts around that.
I think you should not clutch your pearls so tight to your neck over this issue. I will tell you that I don't even believe you're going to go there, because go right ahead. You want to be a doormat. I will tell you that respect and decorum is a two-way street. That's all I'm going to say. You want to defend the people that malign you personally every day on social media, you go right ahead, because I know what you're doing right now, and that's okay. So you bring up whatever you want to bring up, but you know what? If you're going to open that door right now, Vice Mayor, you're going to open that door, because I have plenty of things that I could say about your behavior, your staff's behavior, the eavesdropping on other people in our office coming from your office, but I never go there. But you're opening this door because of your own ambition. And I say, that's really a shame. That's all I'm going to say on this one. But I'm just going to tell you that respect and decorum is a two-way street. And if we don't get it, and the people that are writing to you, you make it sound like it's the whole world. I know exactly who's writing to you. The same 10 people that come to the commission meetings and criticize us for every single thing. The same 10 people that write on Nextdoor, that write on wherever their social media thing is, and criticize you and me and the mayor for every single thing that you can think of. And a lot of it is very malicious. So let's talk about a code of conduct from even the public side. I think that a lot of that was taken out of context. If someone's going to be rude to me while I'm speaking here and trying to make a point, I'm going to stop and say, you're being rude. That's it. If you're having a problem with that, or you want to listen to those 10 people that are in your head now, rent-free, you go right ahead and do that. But I take exception to even bringing it up, because you know what? We have serious issues that are facing our city right now. We deal with such serious issues, such serious business. We have so many challenges ahead of us. And for you to focus on this right now in your commission report, that's just a shame. You want to create this tension now? You want to make this an issue now? You go right ahead. You go rewrite that code of conduct. City attorney, was the code of conduct violated? Did I violate the city code of conduct?
Commissioner, that's not for this office to determine.
Okay, thank you. Great. I can continue, but I'm not going to, because I want to get to the city's business, important business that we have on the agenda. I'm not going to deal in that gossip and that constant negativity that you seem to be lured into right now, Vice Mayor, but you go right ahead and you continue as much as you want.
If I can say something,
Yep.
Let me back up a little bit. When I attended the National League of Cities, the overall tone for the city, for the conference, was decorum, being civil, and they suggested that cities across the United States do a proclamation declaring how they would operate in being civil. I'm putting this out because there is a proclamation that's coming after we come back from the break. So the proclamation that I suggested had nothing to do with anything that has transpired before this proclamation is coming. So I'm putting this out here to say when it comes out, it's not connected to a conversation that we're having today. Okay, I want to be transparent. It was slated to be given last meeting, but it was so packed with proclamations, they asked if I would wait until another opportunity. So I'm putting it out there, what's going on. And even if you think back, at one point I asked that we even, as a commission, would read our statement at the beginning of each meeting, because we have a statement here that says that we will operate in a place where we are operating in decorum and being civil with one another and also with our neighbors. So I'm saying this to say this. When it comes out, it's not an attack on anything that's being said right now, and I just want to put that on the table, okay? But it is coming.
You know, and I'm going to add to that, and I think I welcome that. I think we should all welcome that. You know, I'll tell you, Vice Mayor, also, just to the people that you're listening to all the time now, it seems, you know, it's interesting, and Commissioner Herbst, forgive me for mentioning you in this instance, but Commissioner Herbst is known to once in a while lose his temper and patience with people in the audience. No. Yes, okay?
Never.
Oh, it is so. I saw you during a commission meeting. You went after plenary, which is part of the team that's building our city hall, and you called them loan sharks, I think. Now, to your credit, I think you did apologize at the end of the meeting, but I've seen you go a little hard sometimes at people. But interestingly enough, Vice Mayor, the people you're hearing from now that are so upset with me, guess what? Have they ever written to you or complained about when Commissioner Herbst goes after people in the audience? I would say no. And you know what that proves to me, and it should have proved to you? It's really not about the issue of being nasty to people or not respectful. It's really about the personalities. Because those people that are in your head now, they like Commissioner Herbst. They don't like Commissioner Glassman. And, you know, that's life. But again, he's a lovable guy. He's a very lovable guy. But I'm using this to prove my point, Vice Mayor. I hope you're listening, because you should have thought about it, and you should have thought about all the instances where we've seen that kind of maybe even yelling or screaming or condescension from Commissioner Herbst. Again, he's a lovable guy, but I have seen him go after residents. I have seen him go after people that are coming to us to do business with us. I've seen him go after everybody. And yet, so interestingly enough, the names of the people that have written to you, Vice Mayor, I can name you those names of those people. You see them every day on social media, bashing you, bashing me. But unlike you, I'm not a doormat, so I'm not going to take it. And yet they've never written about or written in a letter to the editor about Commissioner Herbst, have they? Or the editorial board of the Sun Sentinel has never written about that conduct. But if I look at somebody the wrong way, oh boy, they're going to just crucify me. So I'm just bringing that point up to you. Again, sorry, Commissioner Herbst, to use you as an example. But again, because you are a lovable guy, I knew you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
I take no offense, Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you, Commissioner Glassman. I believe in treating everyone with respect, even when someone is not respectful towards us.
Yes, we all do. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I'm
Good.
glad you do.
Keep moving with the report.
And I will continue to do that, and I'll continue to, ask that we all do the best we can to hold everyone with respect and dignity as they engage here.
Every day.
I think it's very important.
Very important.
So, great.
It's fantastic.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, good. Well,
Could I continue to be disrespectful?
You're free to be you, and I will happy to agree, as we all do, to the code of conduct and being kind.
Marines have their own code of conduct.
Very nice. Excellent. Next up, wanted to touch on joint workshops. So this came up this morning in terms of timing for joint workshops. So now that we moved the city conference meeting back to 1, what time would our joint workshops start?
I think we've addressed each joint workshop a little bit differently, and so I think as early as 11 would be okay with staff, but we work at your pleasure. So whatever the commission would desire to do, that would be fine.
Vice Mayor, so I think when the county does this, they start some of these at 9 o'clock in the morning. I would suggest that if we want to take on something that is as weighty as a budget, we either do one of two things. I would much prefer to have seen the budget as a standalone meeting on its own day and set aside a day for that. I think we did a disservice to the Budget Advisory Board, as well as to ourselves and staff and to the general public. Not intentionally. Nothing nefarious intended here. But I would either say we start at 9 in the morning so we can afford a proper amount of time for it, or we do it on a separate day where we focus on one issue for one day. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, any thoughts on timing for joint?
Just thinking about, we talked about this earlier. We were saying, and I'm familiar with our meetings those workshops being like 11:30 a.m., a little bit more of a opportunity, that timeline window. But what Herbst is suggesting, the day standalone separate opportunity, I think will be more beneficial. You're focused on that one item, and we don't end up in a fatigue when we go through the remainder of the day, because it's adding on to our focus for that meeting day. So a standalone meeting is something I would support.
Okay. Great. Commissioner Glassman.
I think whatever works, as long as we're just honest about the time, so people don't sit here and wait. And I just think that we should just figure out if we need to do it 11:30, 12 o'clock. We should be able to figure out what time it can start, so everyone knows what time we're starting. That's all.
Okay. City Manager, thoughts on that?
Just want to get clarification. Would that be specific to budget-related workshops? I know sometimes we have other types of workshops, for example, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So is it a case-by-case situation, or is it specific to
So
the budget?
my suggestion is we do it on a case-by-case basis, and we decide that when we're setting up a workshop. So I think that should be a policy decision, because I think we are going to have a fairly good idea of what is going to be topical for us and what we think we're going to want to delve into deeply. There are going to be some things where I think we can wrap it up in half an hour to 45 minutes, and there's other things where I think we're going to plan, half a day on it. So, but I think, I'd rather not put that burden on your shoulders to try and figure out what I'm going to want to do. We have enough difficulty trying to figure out ourselves.
Great. I think that makes sense. So, in other words, City Manager, if we can just talk in advance before a joint workshop is scheduled, we can talk about the amount of time we think it could take and then setting that time accordingly.
We can do that. Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Next topic is P cards. So, there's been a lot of discussion about purchasing cards. So, City Manager, I'd appreciate if you could give us a little bit of an update of P cards. The city auditor has done an audit on them and some of the activity. Again, when did that activity happen? What are you now doing about it? And what I'd like to hear is the commission kind of engage a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the P card audit that was conducted by our internal auditor covered activity in 2023 and 2024. And since the audit was presented at the May Commission meeting, and even before that, staff has taken several steps to try to improve the P card program. I take the audit very seriously. I think that it highlighted a lot of weaknesses and deficiencies in the P card program. I think those weaknesses are a result of many years of a lax management culture that has been developed and that we are striving to course correct on. So we've taken multiple steps. I've outlined them in the June 11th letter to the commission, but I could share more at this time. As you are aware, several residents have been calling me to express their concerns, and I share in their frustrations, and I've talked to them individually about the things that we're doing now to ensure that this program meets the level of professionalism that I think our organization deserves. And so in expressing those thoughts with residents, many have been very supportive of the work that we're doing now and want to see the city move in an even more positive direction. So we now have digital statements from the bank. That's something that we didn't always have before. So the timeliness of getting those statements has improved since January. We are now requiring a receipt to close transactions, and we actually started that in March of 2025, just a month prior to my arrival. But things that have happened since my tenure as city manager, we've increased training and monitoring. With the upcoming training course in August of this year, we had 2 prior last fall. The finance department is now doing monthly audits with a sampling of P card transactions. That's starting in June of this year. We're updating our policy and procedure for the P card program. We are also reducing the number of P card holders that we have in the city. We have about 320 as of the time of the audit. By July of this year, we will reduce that number by a minimum of 25%. We've already deactivated 35 P cards across multiple departments. We are going to reduce the monthly and daily limits for P card purchases, and that varies from employee to employee depending on the level of management. We are also removing the ability to modify information once it is posted. Department directors are now being notified on a monthly basis of any transactions by P card holders in their departments. We have more P card analytics and monitoring software for real-time fraud detection. We are implementing a procedure for updating disposal and property control procedures. There is enhanced communication between finance, human resources, and IT services. A lot of the weaknesses in our P card program that had been identified in the most recent audit, some of those things were identified in a 2019 audit. And so to see that our organization has not been able to correct some of these weaknesses in this period of time is really disturbing and quite alarming. I think accountability has been more of an uncommon word in the P card program vernacular, and I would like to ensure that that's what we're promoting. I think culpability rests with many P card holders and supervisors and department directors. Even recent activities demonstrate that. And so my message to employees as well as to residents and to this commission is that there's a new era of accountability and a higher level of expectation that will be demanded. So I'm happy to give more frequent updates on the P card program and what we're doing to make improvements. And I appreciate all of the insights from our residents and from this commission. I also appreciate the members of our team who have expressed to me that in the past, certain things weren't taken as seriously as they are being taken now. Many members of the team have expressed that they feel that they have to be more accountable now than they ever have been, and this is across multiple initiatives and programs, not just the P card program. So we're really trying to shift the culture to enhance our accountability, responsibility, professionalism, our transparency, and I want nothing more than to maintain the public's trust, and I hope that I have the commission's support in holding our staff accountable and to make the changes that we need, make the investments that we need to ensure that our programs are running effectively. So thanks for the opportunity for sharing that. It's very top of mind. I am still getting phone calls, and so I definitely am understanding the concerns of the residents even more. But again, once I share with them all the things that we're doing, there I think is a new level of respect for the changes that we're trying to make from an administrative and management perspective, and I really appreciate that opportunity to engage at that level.
Okay, thank you. I mean, those sound like reasonable steps. What penalties are being enforced for those who have not used P cards responsibly?
So we have implemented some suspensions, unpaid suspensions for a number of members of the team related to this. But I have to tell you that within every single department, there are gaps and weaknesses. And so I need to balance the year's worth of mismanagement with the needs of today and maintaining an organization that is moving forward in a positive direction. So those suspensions are limited, but not indicative of my feelings about the way this program has been managed. And quite frankly, I am probably not done yet with the level of due diligence on this matter. I'm still learning things about some of the details, And so I think I will continuously look for opportunities for growth and improvement, and I am still learning about some things as we go along.
Okay, thank you. And I just think it'd be helpful to just check in with each of us. So, Commissioner Herbst, any feedback on that and steps taken or things we should do differently?
Raquel and I have had, as you may imagine, a lot of lengthy conversations, particularly since I did the 2019 audit. So she's benefited, I think, from a lot of my feedback and input, and I'm glad to see it sounds like she's taken it to heart. So thank you.
Okay, good. Commissioner Visa Pittman?
Yes, thank you. City Manager, thank you for giving us that detailed summary of what you have accomplished and how you've been interacting with our neighbors, employees, all of us overall. Thank you for this transparency. And I appreciate the fact that you are even bringing to the forefront that when these audits took place and the date of them and what has happened under your tenure, because I believe a majority of the people did not realize the timeline of what has transpired and that this wasn't necessarily under your tenure. So with you stepping up and, revealing the transparency, because it could have been something where we still may not have known about, but your actions is also, along with our auditor, making sure that we are aware of what's going on. So I thank you for your boldness, because we have to be bold in what we're doing, being accountable. And I love this term you said, a new era of accountability. And that means much to me, because transparency is where we need to be and how we should operate. So thank you for what you're sharing. And I look forward to a culture that is transparent. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, thank you. All good. I agree with what I'm hearing. I again want to mention what I mentioned when the auditor gave his report to us, that we just seem to have taken too long between these kind of audits. I mean, 3-4 years, and even this one that we're responding to now only went up to January 2025, I think, or something like that.
December 2024.
Close enough. But yeah, December 2024. So I'm just saying that we need to be on top of this just a little bit more often and not let those lengthy periods of time happen in between the audits. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Manager, so the audit went to December 2024. And when did you start as City Manager?
April 2025.
Okay. Yep.
And just note that many of these issues did not come to my attention until discussion of this audit. Some things were being put in place prior to the audit being completed, but the level of course correction that I think we need for this program, I think while we're making some immediate steps, I think we need some time to put things in place, get things going, so that we can see a meaningful difference. And I think, changing the culture will require employees stepping up and saying, yes, this is important. So it's only as good as the users that we have, and the supervisors and the procedures and protocols are great, but they are meaningless if there isn't that oversight and that personal accountability as well as organizational accountability. So I think the mindset just really needs to change.
Yep. So, City Manager, in terms of personal responsibility and organizational responsibility, do we have any responsibility as an organization for people that did perpetrate these acts? Should they be fired?
I think that if we look at the expenditures that were inappropriate or the purchases that were unauthorized, I think case by case, there are different levels of gravity. But I do think that because we have had an overall multi-year culture that includes a lack of oversight, I think it's very difficult to penalize every P card holder who has not followed the protocol. I think now is a time to reinforce our organization with more training. I think now is a time to demonstrate that although we want accountability, we're not going to be punitive across the board when there hasn't been the framework to support the accountability that is expected. So I think that we have to find the right balance, but I think everyone is recognizing at this point that future actions will definitely be viewed in a way that is a lot more stringent. So I think our organization needs to shift, and I'm hoping that our personnel really recognize the seriousness of this moment.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, thank you for those steps. I mean, as you and I have talked about, my immediate reaction was we need to get rid of the whole P-card program if people aren't going to use it right. And you know, you had a perspective of let's try to improve the process, make this better, more efficient, structured the right way. So I look forward to that and look forward to the steps ahead in improving this. So, okay, thank you for that. Last topic I have is Solid Waste Authority of Broward County. So I've been being our representative for that. We just met yesterday, and so just wanted to give you all an update of that. So there are 2 amendments that are relevant to the Solid Waste Authority. Again, the overarching structure is this is 28 municipalities in Broward County trying to get together to work on being one entity that they conduct business as to get contracts for solid waste, removal, disposal, and so forth. So there's 2 contracts that are relevant, 2 amendments that are relevant. First is a facilities amendment, which is this basically framework, overarching agreement as to what this is, how these 28 municipalities could work together. And then a second amendment, which talks about once these 28 cities, the Solid Waste Authority, gets RFPs back in terms of how much this would cost, what this would mean, how long does that contract last, what are the opt-out provisions. So as we've talked about before as a commission, one of the things that I think, and we all agreed as well, was the Solid Waste Authority is going to go out, get RFPs. Those RFPs are going to come back with contract terms, costs, facilities, and so forth, a whole host of issues. What I think is in our best interest as a city is to have all those RFPs come back and then us evaluate, okay, what are the contract terms? Is this something we want to do or not do? I've been advocating for that. The Solid Waste Authority Governing Board voted that concept down at their meeting a month ago. Thankfully, they reconsidered, and yesterday they put forward that amendment to allow any city of these 28 to opt out once the RFPs all come back. So that would happen in late 2027, possibly. All these RFPs would come back. We'd then see the terms. Then we as a city could determine, is this something we want to do or not? So that's one component. The second component to this is that this facilities agreement has to be passed by August 15th. So the last commission meeting we have between now and August 15th is only July 2nd. So we have to decide, do we want to enter into this agreement? My suggestion, and Brad will share more of this now, but he's scheduled to speak about it at July 2nd, is my suggestion is we consider joining with the caveat that if this Second Amendment that allows all cities to opt out when the RFPs come back, that we will not join unless that amendment passes all cities. In other words, if we don't have the option to opt out in 2027, I don't think this makes sense for us. So that would be the contemplation we would have at July 2nd. So I just want to share that with you. Brad can articulate a little bit more about it. And then the other piece that we've talked about for the SWA is Fort Lauderdale having a seat on the executive committee. So on September 18th, there's going to be an election for an open seat on the executive committee. myself or whoever is our appointee to the SWA could run for that. So it's not as I've been pushing for, a designated seat of the 2 or 3 biggest municipalities. It's an election to be elected to the executive committee. So I want to share those pieces with you all for feedback, guidance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we scheduled as a commission this entire topic on the July 2nd meeting. Didn't we say before we broke?
We did.
When we last had you made a presentation. We said we're going to have this whole discussion on July 2nd, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is an update from yesterday that just happened. So I want to give you all that full context. Yeah.
So let me understand now. So I thought we had one opt-out. Are you saying that we would now have a second opt-out?
Correct. We'd have a second opt-out. Exactly right. So the first opt-out would be after the RFPs all come back in 2027 for us to say, hey, we like the contract terms, we're interested, we're not interested. If we decide to enter into the agreement, say, yes, we like it, we're going to join, then the second opt-out is 2048. Do I have that right, Brad?
Right.
2048.
Good evening.
I think it's 48.
Yeah, Brad Kane, Public Works Director. So the item that the governing board passed yesterday related to the Second Amendment contemplated 2 components. One of them was to allow municipalities out with no issue as it relates to pricing. If it fell within the pricing that the SWA had proposed. This amendment allows now us to look at it as a city and say, okay, we don't like it or we like it, we can go in and go out at that time. And the second item is relating to when you can get out at basically the 20-year mark of the 40-year agreement, which is 2048. And what it also contemplates, just so everybody's aware, there are 16 cities that have already approved the SWA facilities amendment. Every one of those cities has to approve the Second Amendment. Otherwise, it does not pass as is, as contemplated. So if all 16 cities, if one city says, no, we don't like it, we don't agree, you are locked into the 40-year agreement.
When are they voting on that? Anytime?
All the cities who have already voted and passed the facilities amendment would have to go back and do it. I think the concern is there's a deadline, that they want from, us and the cities that haven't passed it yet of August 14th. And if that doesn't happen at that point and we enter into it and the votes happen in some cities afterwards and they vote it down, you're locked into the 40 years.
So a couple of thoughts. First, if we don't have a guaranteed seat, it's a non-starter for me. We're the largest city, we have the largest population, and we direct the most flow. And I don't even know why we would even be debating that. To me, it's not up for debate. So that's a threshold question, and I've expressed this to Mayor Ryan. It's like, that's a non-starter. I'm not going to submit that we need to get elected to that seat. It's as simple as that.
I agree.
My second issue is a lot of what I've read in all of this is predicated upon us achieving the state's absolutely absurd 75% recycling level that we're never going to achieve, right? So we're at 38%. State of California, I've said this before, is at 38%. The most, progressively enthusiastic recycling state in the entire country can't exceed 38%. The idea that we in Florida are going to get there is non-existent. So let's be realistic about the fact that we're going to be building a $2 billion waste-to-energy plant, and let's stop talking about the fact that we're going to somehow magically all become born-again Greta Thunberg recyclers, and all this stuff is going to salvage, the ability of us not to have to build a waste-to-energy plant. We're going to build one, and I think we're being very disingenuous to everybody involved when we operate under the premise that we're somehow going to achieve unachievable recycling goals. I don't think it's going to happen. So I think if we were more honest in this process, I'd be more comfortable with it. And we're not being honest. So the honest truth is we're building a $2 billion recycling plant waste-to-energy plant at some time in the future, and we should be talking about that. And we're not talking about that. Third part of it is I think we need another opt-out. And to me, that third opt-out should be at the 10-year mark. If this isn't working well, because again, I've had the misfortune of living through the RRB and the dissolution of the RRB, and I went through the litigation/mediation, and I was the auditor at the time that was involved in doing all that and figuring out what the assets were worth. And it was very, very painful to go through, and our counterparties were, let's just say, not collaborative in the dissolution process. And pardon me, but I'm in the risk management business, and I expect everything to go badly. And so I like to try and position. It's like having a prenup. You know, you have a prenup so that you do that when you all like each other to make the divorce easier. And this is kind of the same thing. I'm assuming this relationship is going to fail, and I want agreements that allow us to walk away without rancor and without litigation. And I'm not seeing that in what I've seen so far.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so currently there would just be the two opt-outs. That first one, right, and this. So you want an intermediary one, 10-year point. Okay.
Right, and the reason for that is we paid some of the highest tipping fees in the entire Southeast for 40 years while we were paying off the two waste-to-energy plants that we turned over to Waste Management. Taxpayers paid for them, and we gave them to the private sector. And by the way, if you ever want to make any money, folks, do a public-private partnership with the government, and we just give you stuff and the taxpayers pay for it. It's a great business. I'm doing this when I get out of government. I'm going to become a consultant for this stuff.
And thank you. Brad, the waste-to-energy plant, what is the contemplation of the facility? It's very much up in the air, is my understanding.
So currently, there's a company called FCC is the one that is operating it, is on county property. It's a 30-something-year-old facility approximately to this date. There is going to have to be, at some point in time, because Wheelabrator North was taken down in about 2015, per the global amendment that the county entered into with Waste Management, there's only one facility in Broward County that does waste energy. But there are issues as to whether they need another boiler, and eventually at some point you're probably going to need a facility because it's just age and maintenance that go with these, and they get very expensive over the course of time. So they contemplate it in the bigger plan, but there is no definitive timelines and timeframes to build a new waste energy facility. And just one of the issues why is, Dade County, went through a fire at Covanta. That burned down. The numbers that were being proffered at that time to build a new facility in Dade County, outside of the issues of not wanting to have it in anybody's backyard, were about $2.1 billion. So it's a very expensive, facility to build. So that's some of the issues that, you're still facing today. And as time goes by, it's going to get more.
So with that out there, if we're part of this agreement and we can't opt out and then we wind up building this plant in 5 years, we're at end of life. From all practical purposes, right? We're roughly at end of life with the plant out there that we have, because we built both of them at the same time, right? So they took out, as you say, they took out the north one. Wheelabrator shut it down. They shouldn't have, but they did. They opted to because they controlled it. Even though we built it and paid for it, they control it. And so we've got the remaining one, which is approaching end of life and is going to have to be shut down and rebuilt at some point. $2 billion, give or take, probably more by the time we get around to doing it. And are we going to be obligated then to build and fund that under this agreement?
I will tell you the participating cities will have to cost share at some point if a new facility is going to be built.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to give you all that immediate update that just happened yesterday. So more to come. Thanks for the feedback. Great. So that completes commissioners' reports. City manager's report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I included on the agenda for this item 2 letters to the commission, one related to the federal courthouse building and the disposal process. I'd love to get some feedback from the commission so that we could respond to GSA by the July 3rd deadline. I shared the categories or methods to acquire the property, and if the commission could give me some guidance, that would be helpful so that we can formulate our response.
Great, thank you. So the federal courthouse disposal, there's 3 categories for that. Let's just open it up for comments. Commissioner Herbst.
So I said before, I'll say it again, I still think this would be a great location for a museum, which would fit in with the federal categories of educational facilities. So I think it's got if you've ever been in there, I've spent some time in there while we were doing the Federal Court Facilities Task Force to replace the facility. The way the courtrooms are structured, they're not set up to bring a lot of light into the structure. So to utilize it for anything else would require extensive rework of the envelope, the fabric of the building, and punching holes in there and windows and everything. But that's great for an art gallery. You don't want a lot of light into an art gallery because it's destructive to the art. So the way the building is currently configured would make it a natural transition to a museum. It's architecturally unique in Fort Lauderdale. It'll be a great building worth preserving. It's in a location that is ideal for tourism. I've said this for years. I'd love to see that become a new location for a museum. So I keep thinking that's the way to go, and not funded by the city.
Okay, so that'd be the third category, school, classroom, or other educational purpose. Is that?
I just want to highlight we shared some updated information to supplement the June 10th LTC. So we sent out something actually today.
Oh, yeah.
There's some backup material as it relates to what qualifies as the educational criteria. So I don't know if you have it up, but I could read from the list. Okay.
Sure, could you? Thanks.
Elementary, middle, junior high, and high schools, public or private, colleges and universities, including related research programs, preschool, Head Start, and kindergarten programs, childcare per se excluded, alternative education programs, continuing and adult education programs, specialized schools and training programs, special education, developmentally disabled, mentally and physically handicapped, exceptional/gifted, schools for blind or deaf, vocational, technical, or trade schools, marine and accredited research programs, central, administrative, and service facilities, school athletic, track, and stadium facilities, educational radio and television production/public broadcasting, vocational rehabilitation programs, student, staff, and faculty housing, state and local public libraries tax supported only, and public service training programs, fire, police, public safety. So those I think that we can put our feelers out and engage with them and ask if that would qualify based on the guidelines that they've shared with us. But I think we should have a backup plan.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, thoughts?
Not pinning down a direction. I know you're looking for a direction of what we could utilize the space for or the building for. But I am in support of us continuing this opportunity. As I've said before, I think it would be a great opportunity for us to assume that property. It would also help us as a city to control the narrative as to who the neighbors are, who would come in. It would be the city opportunity to put suggest what we would like to see there instead of just letting it go to an open public opportunity.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think my office sent all of you the work that was done by Tropic Magazine, where they had great ideas. I think one of them actually was the museum. There were a lot of arts and cultural ideas. I just think that we have to make sure that we respond by that deadline and make sure we let them know that we're interested. And then we also need to talk to other folks in the community. There's a huge piece of land just to the west of that building. It could be really a spectacular project. I don't know what they're asking for that piece of land, but that in conjunction with the restoration and renovation and, basically looking to do something else with that building, I think would be a great opportunity. But my main concern is just making sure that the GSA knows that we're interested and that we don't miss that opportunity to make sure they know that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank
Great,
you.
thanks.
Vice Mayor, that list isn't all inclusive, so we can definitely ask and get a specific answer to the museum question. Otherwise, we would need to identify that it would be for an educational purpose. So if that's the direction of the commission, we can definitely find out more information and circle back to each of you individually and let you know the outcome of that inquiry.
Yeah, I'm really interested. I'm open to the museum idea and also interested in that education school. Could there be a partnership there in some way for school at some point? So is that good direction from all of us?
I think that gives us something to work with. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. What's the next topic, City Manager, you'd like to talk about?
Yes, the A5 lift station. Back in March, staff shared a conference presentation outlining 4 potential sites for the A5 lift station, which is much needed to facilitate development in our downtown and ensure that we have the infrastructure needed to address our development community as well as our own development needs. We did, at the request of the commission, have a meeting with the DDA where it outlined an opportunity for another site that was not identified in the original 4. Staff did do some due diligence along with the city's consultant, and we saw that there would be some challenges with that particular site, which was a section just north of the bus terminal off of Andrews. The DDA came back to us with another suggestion, which was pretty much reflective of one of the initial options that the city had been exploring a couple years back. The DDA then came to us with an idea to do a land swap with a private property owner, whereas the city owns a section or a sliver of land that is abutting to a private property owner, and there is an opportunity to explore a land swap that would give the city another portion of land that would be more conducive for a lift station. At this time, we would like some feedback from the commission as to whether we should explore that opportunity, and also we wanted to advise the commission that the community court option is not as feasible as we once thought because the convenience store lease has been extended. And so in order to go after that option, I think it would require a lot more than we originally anticipated. I'm going to call Deputy City Manager Chris Cooper if he has any additional information or details.
Thank you, Manager Williams, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, and Chris Cooper, Deputy City Manager. I don't have anything additional to add. We are prepared to engage with that property owner, though, in the conversation. We've had some preliminary discussions just to gauge whether or not there'd be any interest in even having that conversation, and we believe there would be. So if the commission gave us that direction tonight, we would further those conversations.
I think it makes perfect sense. I look at all the options that we have there. I think they're all actually in District 2. And I think that makes the most sense because the others, especially with that long-term lease now over, where we have the court, it doesn't make sense. I think that's our fastest way, don't you? I mean, the path of least resistance and getting this done, because I think time is really of the essence in getting this lift station done.
It is. So in that area of the downtown, we're very constrained with what we currently have with our lift station that serves that basin. So for any new development, expansion of existing development, we would really need to get that project moving to, get it done within the next couple of years.
Yes, Coke. So have you had the conversations, though, with the property owner about this possible swap?
We haven't had anything in depth. We've spoken with a member of the DDA that has some contact with the property owner as well as their property manager, but we're looking for that direction so we can have more detailed conversations.
Well, it makes sense to me. I don't know about my colleagues, but it makes sense to me. It seems to be the fastest way to go and get things done and the least expensive, and obviously it seems to work, just if the two parties agree. But I would certainly recommend we move down that path.
Yeah, great. I agree. I think Commissioner Beasley-Pittman?
I do have a question. With the options, because what we've been going through, we had some other options turned out, does not work out. We keep getting suggestions after we have a no. Is there like a list that we can work on together and say, hey, these are the options, other than coming back every quarter to say, hey, this isn't working, we need to go in a different direction?
Sure. So what staff presented back in March, those original options, which included the one-stop shop site as well as the city hall site are still options to consider. So we wanted to go through that effort with the DDA to see if there was some opportunities to look at other sites in the downtown. We feel like we've narrowed that down to the point where if these sites or this site in particular doesn't work out, we would need to come back and get that clear direction from the commission on one of those other options that we presented.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Herbst. Okay. Okay, great. City Manager, is that good direction?
Yes, thank you very much, and that concludes my report.
Okay, fantastic. City Attorney's report.
I have nothing this evening, Vice Mayor.
Okay, fantastic. Then that concludes our city conference meeting. If there's anything else, great. We'll return back to the city commission meeting. So now we are going to M1. Motion approving a retroactive agreement and increase in contract cost capacity request for qualification. Commissioner Herbst, I think this is something you wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
My issue with this is for the last couple of meetings, we've been getting a lot of retroactive agreements, and I want to understand why. What is going on with our contract compliance and management that we have to do retroactive agreements? Retroactive agreements are agreements that have, for one reason or another, ceased. They have ended. We're done. And yet we're still doing work under agreements that are no longer in effect. How is that happening? Why is nobody noticing this until months afterwards? So I need an explanation as to what's going on, guys. What is wrong with our process? Why don't people know that our contracts have terminated? How come nobody is catching this months in advance to say the contract ends June 30th and 3 months earlier we need to be working on an amendment, an extension or something? We should not be doing retroactive ratifications of contracts. We should not have anybody out there in the field working without a valid contract. Why is this happening again and again and again? I've seen this now for probably the last 3 or 4 meetings where item after item after item is coming forward. So what is going wrong with our process?
Agreed, Commissioner. These retroactive agreements sort of speak to what I was discussing earlier in terms of management and oversight. So there's been a lot of cleanup work being done in multiple departments, one of which is Public Works. If we go back over the past year, there have probably been ballpark 8, 9 retroactive agreements. So yes, I've noticed, and this is something that we are working on as well. We also had somewhat of a management void prior to my arrival. We have new leadership now. Things are becoming more and more streamlined, and this is something that, yes, it is not ideal, but we are working to clean up these gaps.
You're being too kind. It's a lot worse than not ideal. We have people working without a contract. So I'd look at my city attorney and say, what's the liability if somebody gets hurt on a job, if there's any kind of an accident, when they're operating outside the scope of a valid agreement? This is not. So first off, if we're working on any kind of a construction project, we've got a project manager. What is a project manager doing? Managing a project. First thing they should know is when the contract ends. You should know exactly how many days you've got left. They should be doing weekly stand-ups with the vendor saying, okay, guys, we got 3 months left to get this done. Where are we?
Absolutely.
Where's our Gantt chart?
Absolutely.
Where's our project timeline? Where's our change order management system? Anybody who's a PMO, and by the way, we put all of our engineers through the PMP program up at FAU. I know, because I did it with them. 16 weeks of Saturdays of my life. Okay, went through the whole PMP certification program. If I know this, I sure as hell hope your engineers know this. And what's the first thing you do? Change order management process. It's the process that's failing. Why is our process failing? Brad?
Good evening again. we're definitely, aware of these things, and a lot of these changes that we are in the process of implementing have to do with one, as I spoke to, quite a while ago, is we're in the process of trying to get a permanent city engineer. I think that's one issue that really helps with the overall structure of the engineering and oversight. We've had some turnover in project managers on some of the bigger projects, so there are some, loops there. And again, no excuses. It's not about that. It's just we are, working very diligently, with the engineering section under our new assistant director's leadership to make these changes so we can get away from this. These things, on some of this stuff goes back, 6, 7, 10 years even. And, we should never have to be in a position where we're doing retroactive agreements. It's very frustrating. It's not a common practice that I've ever been used to in my career. And it's just something that, we're really trying to button up, and we are putting in mechanisms in place so those things do not happen and we stay away from that process, because, again, I agree with everything you're saying, and that's what we're doing to try to correct these things going forward.
So I don't put the blame on not having senior management in place. The problem lies at the line level engineer. It's down at the bottom. It's the person who is the project manager needs to know what their budget is and what their timeline is. Again, this is fundamentals of project management. You manage two things. You manage a timeline and you manage your dollars. That's it. That's all you got to do as a project manager. Manage your timeline and manage your dollars being spent. Right? So is the project getting built? Yes. Are we running out of money before we're finished? If yes, escalate. That's the escalation process. So this is nothing more than sloppiness, and I'm very disappointed, because you know what a sloppy engineer tells me? Shit falls down. Sloppy engineers give me a lot of concern, because if they can't manage this, what else are they not managing properly? If you can't manage the basics, what else is not being managed properly? I have no confidence in the job now. I have no confidence in the quality of the construction of whatever it is they're overseeing. If you can't execute on the basics, how do I know you're executing on the complicated stuff? So, unacceptable. I don't want to see another one of these come forward.
Understood.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to that, but first I also just want a caution, Commissioner Herbst. I think you used a profanity. We might have a complaint about the code of conduct. I would hate
Damn right we will.
I would hate to see the Vice Mayor get some more emails from his fabulous constituents. So I just want to give you that cautionary tale. Okay, careful with that profanity. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to just go in a little bit of a different direction on this one. We're up to about, I did a little math, we're up to about $100 million in fees over the last few years with Hazen and Sawyer. Nothing against Hazen and Sawyer. I think they're an amazing company. But I am hearing rumblings out there that a lot of people that could do this work have just thinking that that's our contractor now, that's our vendor now, and don't even apply to the city of Fort Lauderdale because it's locked up with Hazen. But yet they're very busy. I also hear that they're experiencing a certain amount of workload, bandwidth-related issues, and I'm concerned about that. I want to make sure, and I'm saying this because I want to make sure that going forward, again, we're facing very challenging times. I want to make sure that we are attracting the most qualified firms possible that can compete on these projects going forward, and just giving us more options and maybe even a better cost. So I'm just saying that for whatever it's worth. Again, over $100 million. And correct, this is a $31 million extension to this project. Again, so please, I just want to make sure that we're being smart in who we are also giving an opportunity to, if it can save the city money, and at the same time give us that expertise, and also with a company that might not be just so overloaded at the time. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Bees-Bittman.
Yes, thank you. My question with this, Herb said he doesn't want to see any more retroactive agreements come before us. Are we being proactive to see what's coming next? Is there like a list of agreements that's just waiting to come next? So with that, What are we doing to get in front of these, so we are aware?
So, good evening, everybody. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, O'Neill Rodriguez, Assistant Director with Public Works. So, since I got here with the City of Fort Lauderdale, I've been noticing this trend and I'm having this conversation with all of our managers. So, something that I've implemented is I requested a list of all of the active contracts that we have within our department that are currently doing work in the city, and also the ones that have expired in the past 2 years. So that way I can sit down with the team, see where those projects are in the completion, and see if there might be a need of having to see where we are with these contracts. I'm not saying that perhaps there might not be the instance in which we may have to come back, but at the very least, my intent is just come back with any and all contracts that are in this particular situation and do it once and for all, and have practices in place that would ensure that this trend does not continue to happen.
Could I add something, Commissioner? One of the things that we are actively seeking is project management software that would be utilized across multiple departments, including Public Works, capital projects, and utility services. There is not a single streamlined, unified software system that we utilize for project management in the city. So
we had one. What happened to it?
I'm not sure if it's been effective.
We had project management software. I know. I used it. Where'd it go?
So we currently have what we call ETS. That is what we call right now our program management software. However, since the implementation of the capital projects department, we're looking for a more streamlined software that would meet the needs that we currently have as a city. So those are the conversations that we're currently having that the manager is referring to.
So that all departments can utilize the same software and we can speak the same language. Hopefully that will improve our efficiency and alert us to some of these contract issues.
The only disconnect we had is we had project management software in Public Works, and we had a separate project management system in IT. So we were running two parallel tracks for project management software. So what are we using now in IT, and what are we using now in Public Works? Hello, Laura.
Hi, I was just going to chime in. What Public Works used for a shorter period of time was Oracle Unifier. So that was implemented. That was probably when you went to the project management training with the group, and then it was discontinued before, I think it was under Hardeep's leadership. It was years ago, but that was the software that was used for a shorter period of time, and then they went back to ETS, which was the ingrown, like the homegrown system from.
Right. I apologize, Commissioner Glassman, in advance. Our piss-poor homegrown system that didn't work in advance, which is why we went out and acquired off-the-shelf, state-of-the-art software, which then we threw out and brought back more piss-poor homegrown in-house software. Is that what we did? Just say yes. I don't even need an answer. That was a rhetorical question. Okay. Just go buy something that works for the love of Christ.
Okay, good. Any other questions or comments on this? Fantastic. So M1, is there a motion to move M1?
Moved.
Second.
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Excellent. M1 passes. M2, motion approving the final ranking of firms, negotiated fee schedules and agreements for requests for qualifications. Number 454. All right, no one is signed up to speak for this. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none. Is there a motion to approve M2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
M2 passes. M3, motion rejecting all proposals for requests for proposals. 5493, P25 radio communication system. We have, several people signed up to speak. So how about we take those first? Starting off with Keith Costa, Rick
W, and then Joe C. So Keith Costa, Rick W., Joe C. You have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, Keith Costa, President, Fort Lauderdale Firefighters, IAFF Local 765. I'm opposing this motion to rebid just because it's going to create additional delays that directly impact my members and the communities they serve. The timely implementation of this communications infrastructure is critical. This RFP has already been delayed once, and any additional delays are going to affect the safety, effectiveness, and operational readiness of my members. In that agenda memo, it says that there's inconsistencies in the interpretation of this solicitation, and that's kind of the basis for wanting to rebid. Just a question, but shouldn't that be on the vendor to vet all of that? Shouldn't they have done their due diligence to make sure that everything was clear? Thank you.
Thank you. Rick W.
Yes, good evening. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Rick Wallachachuk. I'm with Communications International, and we are here in support of the City Manager's recommendation. Communications International has been supporting public safety for over 50 years. We're a Florida-based company with 10 locations. We provide sales service, engineering support, and program management support for customers throughout the state. And L3 Harris technology, which we have proposed, is widely used across the state of Florida, most notably with the state of Florida itself. We are actually helping to deploy that network as we speak with L3 Harris technology. With all due respect to the previous gentleman who spoke, we have heard the conversations about a public safety emergency here if there are any delays. And there are arguments that have been made about that. These arguments are manufactured. They're not real, and they're employed by Motorola to avoid a competitive procurement and seek a sole source award. It's in the best interest of the city, of the commission, of the public safety, first responders, police officers, firefighters in this city, and the taxpayers to delay this and to rebid. A few facts for your consideration. The current system is operating in a proper manner. It is no better, no worse than it has been for the past few years. The new system that has been proposed will take approximately 18 months to deploy. The current system does not have any end of life, end of support, published documents at all, and software, parts, and service availability will continue through 2032. Last comment on this, there were no known outages on this system in the past 12 months that are associated with the current infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe C., then Michael L., then Pratima R.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Joe Carpenter. I am a resident of District 4. I'm also happen to be on the board of directors of a 600-unit condominium that's experiencing BDA problems here in the city. I also am on the board of CI. I'm a lawyer, and my experience has been, and my specialty is data, telecommunications, and wireless. So, as you can imagine, when this RFP came out, I had more than a passing interest in it. You know, for your consideration, we're here to support, I'm here to support the city manager's recommendation. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity to get the infrastructure right for the city. These systems don't go in. It's not one of these things you're going to put in, you're going to change next year, next month, 3, 4, 5 years from now. We're going to live with this as residents. Fire, police are going to live with it for years to come. The RFP was ambiguous. The RFP, the city, the responses did not give the city what the city wants. It does not give the city what it needs. and does not set the city up for the near-term future for the requirements that it needs. You know, given what we've heard earlier today about the budgets and the challenges we're going to have, we need to get this right the first time for the city and for the residents. Supporting, you know, we've heard about the time frame. Look, both vendors are more than adequate to respond promptly to a new RFP, to a new request to negotiate, and turn the thing quickly. You know, a 90-day delay is not going to impact the system as it exists today. It's the same one that's running and operational today. Look, as I said, I'm here to support the cities. I think it's the city manager's recommendation. I think it's in the best interest of the city. I think it's in the best interest of fire, police, and I think it's definitely in the best interest of the taxpayers.
Great, thank you very much. Michael L., Pratima R., LMB.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mike Llorente with LSN Law. We represent Communications International, CI. One of the markers of leadership is the ability to acknowledge when things have gone wrong and to course correct, to take immediate remedial action, and that's what we believe the city manager is doing with this item, M3. We understand, probably better than most, the importance and the urgency, the sense of urgency with this competitive procurement. We also understand, and I as a procurement lawyer am especially sensitive to the awesome responsibility of this body to ensure that tens of millions of tax dollars are spent in a way that is fair, transparent, defensible. This procurement, particularly during the negotiations phase, was riddled with fatal defects and material deviations from procurement law and norms. And while we believe that our client, CI, was the highest ranked responsible bidder in this procurement, we recognize that this procurement got messy and complicated. And for those reasons, we fully support the manager's recommendation to start this over and conduct an expedited, fair, transparent, competitive process to ensure the city gets the best value. We welcome the competition. We look forward to offering the city a state-of-the-art, best-in-class communication system for the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Pratima Raju on behalf of Communications International. We support the current memo to reject all bids and move forward with the ITN process. The memo acknowledges that the technical specifications and scope were complex and resulted in inconsistent interpretations. When this occurs, the most responsible and lowest risk course of action is to reject all proposals, address those issues, and move forward now through an ITN process. Doing so protects the city, strengthens the procurement, ensures the final decision is based on true apples-to-apples comparison. For example, Comms International proposed 30 talk paths, while Moto proposed 13. When vendors are proposing materially different solutions based on different interpretations of the requirements, it becomes difficult to compare pricing and overall value on an equivalent basis. For those reasons, we respectfully ask the Commission to support the manager's recommendation, reject all proposals, and move forward with the ITN. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Ellen Bogdanoff representing Motorola, and I'm sure it will not shock you that we actually have the opposite position, which we would like you all to reject the motion before you. Keep in mind, I'd like to put everything in perspective, that there was a fair and open process. There was some technical issues with language in the first one that was thrown out. The second one comes forward. You have hired a professional who is an expert in the technical aspects of this RFP, and their recommendation was to move forward. We were found responsive. There was an appeal. It was summarily rejected by the procurement director. There was a second bite at the apple, which I know that Commissioner Herbst and I respectfully disagree as to whether or not the 7 additional items after the window of appeal should have closed, whether or not they should have been brought forward. But those were also summarily dismissed by your consultant. there was a fair and open process. And keep in mind that we were over $10 million less. There were also 10 meetings and 50 hours of negotiations. There were items that were taken in the second round of comments by CI that were several comments taken out of context based on the style of negotiations of the procurement director, had absolutely nothing to do with the facts, where both your consultant and the procurement director found that Motorola was responsive. And bottom line is, and I know there was one thing that was said that I do want to correct, that there are no end-of-life components. They're control points, and it's critical. Actually, this was stated by Jason in your IT department, so that actually is not accurate. There were also, as part of the 50 hours of negotiations, an additional $3.5 million that they were excellent at getting out of Motorola and benefits that were in addition to the RFP. We're asking you to respectfully reject, and let's move forward with the protest, and everybody will have their day before the commission.
Thank you very much. All right, commission discussion. Commissioner Herbst.
So I fully support the city manager's recommendation. I don't think this is a clean process. I think it exposes us to liability. I think that we can move forward with a very expedited process that can have this done in 60 to 90 days and come back with a award that I think is clean, defensible, and in the best interest of the city. This has nothing to do with who we're choosing. I'm agnostic as to which company winds up with the award. I think both companies are very good. I think they're both capable of delivering a product for the city. I don't, with respect to Mr. Costa, I don't think it's going to fall apart in 60 days. If this was going to be 6 months or 6 years, I would absolutely share your concern. I don't think 60 days is going to make a difference. The system is not going to collapse that quickly. But I do think the integrity of the process demands that we start over again. I'm not comfortable with what I've read, with what I've heard, with what I've been told, and I don't want to litigate that from the dais, but I'm simply not comfortable with anything that's gone on with the process. I think it's been flawed, and I think the only way to fix it is to start over. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beasley-Pittman.
Yes, thank you. Could we get some more clarity on how this process would only take the 60 to 90 days to reevaluate and execute?
Sure. Yeah. Glenn, do you want to address that?
Sure. I think that Glenn Markle's Chief Procurement Officer, Procurement Director, obviously this is a third time. This will be the third time putting it out there. So it's going to be the same players. They know the city's requirements. And so the understanding is that we would want to go back, tighten up the technical specifications, as well as perhaps looking at the method of source selection, and perhaps allow for an ITN. That invitation to negotiate will allow for concurrent negotiations and would pin the firms against each other. Obviously, the way we would try to manage the situation is to allow them to just negotiate things that we feel is of material and no longer an issue to further negotiate. So things that we feel we can't further negotiate, we'll set aside and only address the things that are most important for the city.
Okay, so trying to get clarity here. Initially, this proposal had how many listed qualifications? I may be using the wrong term, but with the RFP that went out, how many specifications was identified? And with that, a new bid, is it going to be the same or?
It will be.
Exactly the same?
It will be, just with, again, more refined language, just to make the city's position known. Commissioner, over 200 pages of technical specifications is involved here. So obviously, we believe that the ITN will give us a better, robust process where, again, things that perhaps maybe it's not clear to the proposer, we would be able to negotiate with those that are shortlisted and welcome into an ITN environment, that invitation to negotiate environment. And again, that will happen concurrently.
So it can happen with 2 firms. It can happen with 3 firms. It's going to be at the recommendation of the EC, that's the evaluation committee, as to whether they would like for 2 firms to enter into negotiations or even the 3 firms.
Okay. With that, if we reject the bids tonight and we put this back out, when does this timeline start?
So we would probably take 2 weeks to refine the documents. We would have to work with the city's consultant in doing so, Commissioner. And then after 2 weeks, we would have a 30-day turnaround from the time of issuance to submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you. So a couple of questions. When you look at the CAM, it does say, and I just find this troubling when I read things like, the complexity within the approximately 200 pages of technical specifications and scope of work, including appendices, has resulted in inconsistent interpretations of the RFP responses to certain sections of the solicitation. So that's our problem? I mean, isn't that on us? Just throwing that out there. I also want to know why now it's being recommended that further revisions to the technical specifications, scope of services, and to pursue an invitation to negotiate. That's an ITN procurement process. So why is that? That's very different than what we've done. So I want to know why we didn't do that to begin with. If why we're recommending that now, why wasn't that the original path?
So honestly, Commissioner, the intent was that the RP environment we thought would be the most easiest way to get to procuring the P25. The ITN we thought would be somewhat a little bit more complicated, and so we went the RP route. But understanding the fact that there's really no simple way, I can write a sentence. You might interpret that one way. I might interpret that another way. Obviously, the 2 proposers, being CI and Motorola, they saw things a little bit different, and it's different than what I saw and then what the city consultants has also seen. So now within the ITN environment, if there is a sense of clarity, we can actually come back to the table with all firms, if that's the desire of the EC, to get that clarity on the table. And then if there's one clarity that's not clear enough for one party, we can make it clear for that party as well as their competitors.
Thank you. I hate to sound skeptical, but I'm having a difficult time believing that we'll be able to turn this around if we reopen it between 30 and 60 days. I look at the timeline of just this last one. I know there were 2, but just this last one began in December. Yeah. So that's January, March, that's 6 months, so, not 30 to 60 days.
So, Commissioner, I think that the turnaround time of 30 days is doable. What I cannot commit to you is the length of the negotiations.
Yeah.
Because when you have concurrent negotiations, you're going to be going from one room to another room. And actually, you're trying to get the best solution from one of the providers, take it back to the EC, and then the EC saying, yes, that's what we want. That is the best solution. So while I can't commit to you a 30-day turnaround time, what I cannot commit to you is negotiations happening just as quick. So, but the end game would be to get you the best solution, the best P25 to address all of the public safety issues, including those that come from the commission.
Okay. So here's where I am on this for my colleagues. This is a tough one. I've gone back and forth over this. But I am going to have to concur with Mr. Costa and the fire union because I also believe that time is of the essence on this. I've expressed my concerns about the BDA issues now for months and months and months and months. I believe that if we actually open this up and we redo this, there's going to be a protest. Whoever doesn't get it, there's going to be a protest, and we're going to find ourselves in the same exact spot that we find ourselves now. So because I am concerned with the time, I am concerned with getting this done. I don't know why, and maybe you can help me with this. Again, because I also believe there will be a protest no matter what happens once we do this again. And then we'll, again, here we are. There'll be a protest submitted, and we're going to have to, as a commission, figure this out. So why don't we just cut to the chase and hear that protest? And then the commission decides now. Help me if I'm wrong. A protest has been filed, right?
Yes, sir.
why aren't we just hearing that?
I'll leave it up to the commission whether or not it would like to hear that protest.
Again, I don't want to, I apologize for repeating myself, but I believe we'll always end up with a protest on this particular issue. So I am leaning towards actually saying, let's just hear the protest. And maybe not reject all the proposals. Let's just cut to the chase, and we'll figure it out, because that's what we're going to have to do anyway, maybe 30, 60, 90, 120 days down the road. So that's what I say. I don't think that we should reject the proposals. I think we should just hear the protest and get on with it.
Sure. What's the timeline for the protest? Timeline for the protest?
No, it will be here if the city commission so chooses. It would be placed on the next agenda.
So there often is a protest in the procurement process. Is that right?
For the P25 commissioners, Sorensen, that is correct. So if you ask all the firms, but there's two today here, they will tell you that it is customarily, it ends up in a protest. Wherever you go, whether it's in Palm Beach, whether it's in the city of Miami, it always pretty much ends up in a protest.
Right. And so you have evaluated the protest, is that right?
I have.
And what is your determination of the protest?
At that particular point in time, they brought up two issues, commissioners. Those two issues failed. Now, they did bring up issues after the fact, post the protest period. And so there could be precedent that will be established there, but it would be something that I would not entertain any post-protest arguments. If not, none of your procurements will ever end. None of your procurements would ever end. But again, I'm at the will of the commission, and so whatever the commission desires to do, we will follow.
Thank you. So my view is we've got the protest has been evaluated, in effect denied, doesn't see the validity in it from a procurement standpoint. So I support us moving forward with the city manager suggests, requesting, and really moving with very quick speed to enter into negotiations and get a solution as quickly as possible. So is there a motion to this end? Okay, motion by Commissioner Herbst. Is there a second? And that's motions to reject all proposals. Is there okay. Is there a second? Okay. No second.
Second.
Second. Okay. There's a second. City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Glassman? No. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes. Fails.
So a 2-2 vote. So the motion fails, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is there another motion?
I move that we hear the protest on July 2nd.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second? Not hearing a second. So
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
If the point of the motion, Commissioner, if the point of your motion was to set the date for it, I understand that, but there is an appeal pending, and it would have to be heard.
Oh, that's right. There already is.
Yeah.
So it's not necessary to make a motion.
I thought you were doing it perhaps for purposes of setting the date,
Yes. Thank you.
but you needn't.
Thank you.
So do you want to amend your motion?
No, I think the city attorney is saying there already is a protest that's been filed. We don't even need to have that motion, just that we're going to do it on July 2nd, I guess.
So there's
no motion necessary, right?
That's correct.
Correct. No motion is necessary. So I withdraw that because obviously we have to hear it because the protest has been filed, right?
Oh, hold on, let me get some clarification on this. So a protest has been filed. Did we move to put that on
It is pending and would need to be heard.
Why?
Because it's been filed, it needs to be addressed.
So?
We need to hear it. You could.
No, we don't.
You could choose not to hear it.
We're doing that right now. We make a decision as to whether we're going to hear an appeal. It's not automatic that it comes to us.
That would be your choice, Commissioner.
That was the commissioner's motion. It doesn't have to come to us if we don't choose to hear it.
My point was it would have to be resolved one way or the other, coming to you, and you could say no or go forth.
So let's.
Otherwise, I have a pending item out there that hasn't been addressed.
You've got
You could
somebody that's
reject it.
appealed something to staff. That doesn't mean the commission has to take it up. So the protest policy, the protest appeal is not codified, right? It's not part of our ordinance code.
Correct.
There's no mandatory requirement that it comes to the commission. They've appealed something to staff. If we don't affirmatively choose to hear it, it dies.
Well,
we have to make a decision to call it up.
Well, if we do not hear the protest, then does it just go to Motorola, which was the number one
No.
selected firm? No.
No.
So then.
No, because we've never made the award. So it was selected by a selection
Right.
committee. So we either need to do one of several things. We either need to award it to Motorola, we need to decide to hear the appeal, or decide to not hear the appeal, or do something else. But we have to do something. It doesn't come to us absent our action. Just because they've appealed to staff doesn't mean that it automatically comes to us.
Well, what is the history on
It would
this?
be your election to do so, sir.
I'm sorry?
It would be your election to do so.
Okay, right, we'd have to elect to do so, which is what I believe Commissioner Glassman was making a motion to do, was electing for us to hear the appeal. It would not automatically come to us on the second just because there's appeal sitting before staff.
But then
That's my point.
in the past, why do these appeals or protests, why do they regularly come to us? They do come to us without us saying we want them to come to us.
I'm not sure.
Okay. What's the answer to that question? So what I'm hearing now is something that is perplexing because we do get protests and appeals. We never get asked, do you want to hear a protest or appeal? They just come to us when they come to us. So now I'm hearing something very different. So we have to figure this out.
Well, and so our code does direct that the procurement officer would bring such an appeal to you.
It says that.
Yeah. Glenn, would you please specify your process for this?
Right,
Yeah,
I need some clarity on this.
And me too.
So this is pursuant to the procurement ordinance. Once I render a decision, if there's an appeal, that appeal must be heard by the city commission.
That's in the procurement ordinance, I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. So I'm going to set that for July 2nd.
How does that get set then? Who sets it?
I don't think there's a requirement for a time certain, but the commissioner's asking for it in his motion.
Well, only because this is the third time this RFP's gone out. We need to just figure this out.
So just so I'm clear, if an appeal comes to you, then you must bring that forward to us. I just want to be clear.
The city code requires me to bring it to you.
Okay. Ben Rogers, are you coming in with something additional or to that? Okay, great. Go ahead. So it is required to come to us.
Is this like a de novo hearing, though, where we have to set a hearing? How does it just like appear in our agenda, right?
In the same way other matters would appear in your agenda.
Right.
The
city
procurement
manager
officer
would
would have
put it on. Right? The city manager creates the agenda then, right?
For that particular item, yes, all procurement-related items also get reviewed and blessed by the city attorney's office.
Okay. So then you're the one that determines when it comes on the agenda then? If I'm hearing that properly. I just want to make sure, process-wise, I understand how this works.
Typically, yes, for items coming from departments within the city manager's purview, I would determine the timeline for those items to come forward.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding right, then do we have to hear the appeal before rejecting all proposals sequentially?
Based on the information that I have received, the commission could reject all proposals before hearing the appeal.
Okay. Could reject all proposals without hearing the appeal, but the appeal has to come to us. Now, sequentially, we could reject all proposals and then the appeal would come to us after? thus we wouldn't have to hear the appeal because all proposals have been rejected? Is that
So the actual process, Commissioner, if you do decide on the rejection and move forward with that, then you can dismiss the appeal.
we don't have to hear the appeal?
You don't have
per
to
the
hear
code,
the appeal.
per your procurement code?
Yes, and I can read the language verbatimly into the
Okay.
record if you would like me to.
Sure. I'd
It
like to hear
says
it.
the protesting party may appeal to the city commission a decision by the chief procurement officer denying the protest by delivering a notice of appeal to the CPO within 3 days from the protesting party's receipt of the chief procurement officer's decision. Upon receipt of a timely notice of appeal, the chief procurement officer will schedule the protest for consideration by the city commission, which may affirm, reverse, or modify the chief procurement officer's decision.
Okay. Okay, great. So just in summary, we had a motion to reject all proposals. That motion failed. So as we're continuing our discussion, we're talking about the appeal, that the appeal without a rejection of all proposals, the appeal would come to us as a city commission per the code. So that will be coming to us. So, City Manager, is that coming to us July 2nd, or what would be the date of that coming to us?
We would put that item on for July 2nd.
For July 2nd.
Yes.
That doesn't need a motion or any action of the commission because that is the process per procurement code. Is that
That's
clear?
my understanding, yes.
Great. Is that clear, City Attorney? Am I capturing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So that achieves M3. Okay, next up, R1. R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, please read the names into the record.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the July 2nd resolution, Beach Business Improvement District Advisory Committee, Janeth Alvarez, and she'll be an alternate representative for the Hotel Marin. Homeless Advisory Committee, Robin Martin, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Raymond Detman, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Sustainability Advisory Board, Susie Bailey, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And for tonight's resolution, Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Nicola Stan, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Charter Revision Board, Bernadette Norris Weeks, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. Community Services Board, Tanya Cohn, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Sharon Hughes, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Homeless Advisory Committee, Paula Yukna, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Michael O'Brien, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Amy Schimmelfang, nominated by Vice Mayor Sorensen. And Parks, Recreation, Beaches Board, Solomon Schoonover, nominated by Mayor Trentalis, and that rounds it out.
Thank you. All right, can someone introduce R1?
Introduced.
All right, it's been introduced. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here to, made a part hereof. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The resolution is adopted. R2, resolution approving economic development incentive for Project Axis in total amount not to exceed $15,750, consisting of a strategic job creation incentive of $15,750 and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an economic development incentive package. Does anyone have any questions on the commission? Discussion. Okay, let's see. There are no speakers for this. Can someone introduce R2?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving an economic development incentive award in the amount of $15,750 for Project Access to implement a strategic job creation incentive payable over a 4-year period, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an economic development incentive agreement, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The resolution is adopted. Greater Alliance, thank you, Todd, for your partnership. Maggie, thank you for your work. Excellent news. And Portia Garcia, thank you. R3, resolution providing notices of the decision to proceed with unsolicited proposal submitted by Mancon, Inc. for the design, construction, and delivery of the Melrose Manor Stormwater Improvement Project
and authorizing negotiations of a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes. All right, we have Ellen Bogdanoff has signed up to speak. Is that for questions only? Okay, excellent. City Commission, any questions, comments?
Some comments.
Please.
Thank you. I'm excited about this opportunity for us to vote on this and hopefully move it forward. But I do have some questions and some clarity that I would like to have in regards to this. So Ellen, if you, or whomever. As long as I have we can get the answers. Okay. Thank you for being here tonight. The questions I have, we met, we had conversations about this project and how it could be very productive and expedient moving forward to rectify and address the floodings in the areas of Melrose Manor and the next one, which is Riverland. What I'm asking, I have some concerns because we talk so much in layman terms, and when I look at this CAM, everything is in, I guess, engineering type terms. So I want to go through this to make sure what we discuss is being addressed in this opportunity. So in regards to the water quality structures, now my question is this the same as the detention or retention basins that we talked about that would help relieve, capture the water from the stormwater?
So if you could introduce yourself first. Thank you. Hit the button.
David Mancini with David Mancini and Sons and Anthony Mancini, Mancon Incorporated. So the question was regarding the, excuse me, the water quality structure.
Yes.
And how it relates to the basin.
Mm-hmm.
The water quality structure will be a structure that goes at the discharge of the outfall. So it won't be in either one of the neighborhoods. It'll actually be at the outfall that discharges the water into the river. And definitely we'll have to go through the plans and design the project with that structure to meet all the requirements of the permit.
Okay. So again, my question is, because we talked about basins, I haven't heard basins yet. Am I addressing the wrong item that's listed here? But we have here drain pipes and structures, stormwater force mains, trenches, water quality structures, stormwater pump stations. I know what those are, but the others, if you could tell me, is this identifying our conversation with the basins?
So, Commissioner, when it comes to the design of the pump station is going to have two separate components that will provide some level of water quality. One of those is what we call the trash racks. That is going to, before it gets the water goes into the river, is going to remove those bigger elements, and then we're going to have a vortex structure which is going to remove the majority of the sand-sized particles and around 60% of the fine sediments. So that will provide that level of quality that we're looking for.
Okay, I'm still not hearing. Maybe I'm not being I'm expressing myself correctly. But in our conversation, which also led to this opportunity to move forward, we said that you would go in and you would offer a immediate resolution or resolve to the standing water in the community. We're coming up, we're in the rainy season now, and understand if we're moving forward, we could see opportunities quicker to address the standing waters. I don't see anything here that looks like that.
Yes.
Could you define that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. So what I think you're alluding to is how do we prevent flooding or assist with emergency pumping in a rain event. Okay. The city's doing an excellent job at running a concurrent course, continuing with the permitting path while we are negotiating the contract with the city, or will be. As soon as that permit is issued, which is probably, I would say, 60 to 90 days, we will have all means necessary to drop in catch basins in the low-lying areas and bring in 8-inch to 12-inch above-ground pumps to pump from low level to a FDOT system as an emergency protocol.
Okay, that's the conversation
Yes,
that
ma'am.
we had.
Exactly right.
Okay, now again, and this may be to staff, is this included or will be included in our interim agreement, comprehension agreement? But this all was part of the conversation when we decided to move forward in this direction.
So, Commissioner, that's the commitment that we have received from the contractors, and we'll be working with our city attorney's office to incorporate that language into the agreement that we negotiate.
Okay, and also we discussed, I'm still using layman terms, we talked about the cost, what this will look like, and I wrote down a commitment that the price that we negotiate moving forward will remain the same, avoiding change orders.
Yeah, so that is what we committed to, and we stand by that.
Okay. With that commitment, we need that in our interim and our comprehension agreement, because I don't see that listed in the CAM that we're looking at. And all of these were also conversations that led to us being here tonight.
Yeah, that will be part of the contract negotiations, and those points will all be within the agreement.
Okay. And then also liquidated damages. I need verbal. Come on, y'all. Give me some verbal.
Get on the record.
Absolutely.
Come on.
All of the items that they originally proposed, all of those concepts will be memorialized in the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them that you saw in the presentation will absolutely be a core part of the agreement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And if I'm not out of order, when we discussed R4, the same requirements would be expected and asked for in R4. If I'm not out of order, just trying to condense the time.
Agreed.
Okay? All right. Thank
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Just want to put it on the record that my expectation is that we include some significant liquidated damages to ensure compliance with the timeline presented. So not baby LDs, but grown-up LDs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is the goal. Thank you for giving me the verbiage. Thank you.
Great. Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner.
Thank you
Thank you
both.
both. Commissioner Glassman,
Thank you for your
anything
time.
No, I'm really happy to see this going. I think we could have actually done this 4 months ago when it first came up to us and we decided we didn't want to go this route, so I'm really happy we're doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited. Took some good work and excited about where it's heading. So now, can someone introduce R3?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its decision to proceed with and accept unsolicited proposals submitted by Mancon, Inc. for the design, construction, and delivery of the Melrose Manor Stormwater Improvements Project, authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst is not present.
Okay, the resolution passes, correct? Just want to, it's adopted with 3. Yes. Fantastic. R4.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes. He said yes. It's with 3 votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
a quorum.
It's a quorum
All right,
and
thank you.
adopted.
Okay.
R4, resolution providing notice of the decision to proceed with unsolicited proposals submitted by David Mancini and Sons for the design, construction, and delivery of the Riverland Stormwater Improvement Project and authorizing negotiations of a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes. R4, no one has signed up to speak. Would anyone like to introduce?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Questions? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its decision to proceed with and accept the unsolicited proposal submitted by David Mancini and Sons, Inc. for the design, construction, and delivery of the Riverland Stormwater Improvements Project, authorizing negotiations for a proposed interim and/or comprehensive agreement in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst is not present.
The resolution is adopted. Congratulations. Thank you for your work in the future. R5, resolution waiving the application of the mandatory commission approval amount of purchase of goods or services, including purchases of goods or services via change order during the period beginning after the last City Commission meeting before the City Commission's recess until the first City Commission meeting following the City Commission's recess, and providing for a report to the City Commission of all purchases made pursuant to the resolution on or before September 30, 2026. Any questions from the Commission? Seeing none, would someone introduce R5?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, waiving the application of the mandatory commission approval amount to purchases of goods or services, including purchases of goods or services via change order during the period beginning after the last City Commission meeting before the City Commission's recess until the first City Commission meeting following the City Commission's recess, and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst is not present.
And the resolution is adopted. R6, resolution approving a moratorium of understanding with the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale for planning and design services to develop concepts for the future use of the one-stop shop site located at 301 North Andrews Avenue. One person has signed up to speak, Mary F. Come on up. You have 2 minutes.
No,
Hit the button there.
Idea. Can you start me again? I
There you
think
go.
I'm less than this, but.
Yes.
Good evening, Mary Fertig on behalf of Lauderdale Tomorrow. I'm here tonight to express how happy we are that you're commencing a community process to plan, design, and advance the development of the site known as the One Stop Shop as a public park. The Fort Lauderdale City Commission adopted the Downtown Master Plan on November 18, 2003, after broad input from various stakeholders, including residents, business leaders, property owners, and it was amended in 2007. And I'm going to be handing you 2 excerpts from the Downtown Master Plan, but I'll read them to you because the print's small. By the way, I took that from your website. One is from the section called Heritage and Legacy Goal on page 51 of the plan. It reads, Goal 4, encourage preservation of historic and significant landscapes. Action, maintain the publicly owned landscape at the corner of Northwest 2nd Avenue and Andrews Avenue, currently the one-stop shop, and preserve the mature trees behind the existing building. Redevelop the entire block into a neighborhood park as illustrated in the open space section of the framework. The other is from the section of open space on page 58 of the plan. Goal 2, encourage the creation of new parks and public spaces downtown and reads, action, encourage the creation of 6 new major parks and public spaces. Community Park number 6 is Community Park located on the block currently occupied by the city's one-stop shop building. As you move forward tonight to create a partnership with the DDA to work with the community to create a park, please consider rezoning the property park. Your MOU is for a term of 18 months, and so it's conceivable that by the end of 2027, you would actually have this property zoned for the intent of the Downtown Master Plan as park and have plans for the park. In addition to the excerpts from the Downtown Master Plan, I wanted to give you a picture of Dr. Wilhelm handing over the deed for the portion of this property in 1945, which he gave to the city for just $1. As they have excitedly made plans for their new city hall, please rezone the property and proceed with plans for the park envisioned by the Fort Lauderdale residents, business leaders, and property owners nearly 25 years ago. And I have to tell you, this is scary. I was sitting in some of those meetings. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. City Manager, the rezoning, we've rezoned many of our parks to parks. Is this an option for this?
This is certainly an option that the commission could pursue.
And Ben, I'm sorry, I'm going to take this to tell you because you should feel really good about this. In the last few years, you've done that with 23 pieces of property.
Exactly. Yep. I'm very proud of that. So, excellent. I think the rezoning makes sense to me. Commissioners, Commissioner Glassman, this is your district.
Yes,
what do you
it is.
think?
Thank you. I'm thrilled about this. I'm happy about this. I've had great discussions with the DDA. I've had great discussions with the neighborhoods around the park site. Again, my only concern is I don't want it to take 18 months. I actually think that we can do this faster than 18 months. I'd like to just really get this moving. And I really also love the temporary activations of the site. I think that's a great idea to get folks used to coming here, seeing what the potential could be. I think we can do a lot of really nice things in the time that we're developing what it is we want to do with this site. So I'm all in favor. Thank you to the DDA for all of the work on this, and I look forward to moving forward with it. Thank you.
Excellent. So the city manager, just some of the other feedback I got was making sure that community engagement is citywide as we think about this and plan for it as a city park. So that'd just be one suggestion. And Jenny, I see you're here for questions, but that'd be a suggestion for that. And then if we did want to rezone it to park space, what would that process be?
I'm going to turn it over to our deputy city manager and need clarification as to whether you would want us to proceed with that in tandem with the work that we're contemplating with the DDA.
Yeah, thank you, Manager Williams. Chris Cooper, Deputy City Manager. So, Vice Mayor Commission, as Mary said, the master plan does call this out as a place for park open space type amenity within the downtown. What I would say about the rezoning, this is it's a large site. It's, I think, about 3 acres in size. As we go through the process with the DDA, the commission is signaling the intent to have a park-like feature in the downtown with this site. I would say, though, that as we look at those potential uses in the mix of uses that could be within that park-like feature in the downtown, there may be opportunities where certain amenities may be co-located on that site that may not fit within that park zoning box. I'll use Hyzenga Park for an example. The balance of the site, I believe, is zoned park, where all the park-like features are, but there is that restaurant component that does draw folks to that park space on another large site similar to the one-stop site. So I think the intent is there to develop a park-like feature in the downtown, but if the commission or the community had a desire to have a feature on that didn't fit within the park zoning district, we could cut that out of that site and rezone the balance to park to preserve that as park, but also leave some flexibility to what those other amenities or co-located features may be.
Okay, great. So then maybe, Commission, if this is aligned with our thinking, have this DDA process move forward as that design and feedback from the community comes back to us, then we can begin to approach and think about what should be zoned what and so forth.
Yeah, I think we have time.
We got time. Okay.
Again, I think we've
Great.
heard the overall intent to build a park-like feature, but just to allow for that flexibility.
Great. Thank you. All right, would someone like to introduce R6?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Any other questions from the commission? City Clerk, call the roll.
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a memorandum of understanding with the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale for planning and design services to develop concepts for the future use of a one-stop shop site located at 301 North Andrews Avenue, delegating the authority to the city manager to execute the memorandum of understanding on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale and providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The resolution is adopted. R7, this is a quasi-judicial resolution approving the amendment to Site Plan Level 4, Development Permit 920 Northwest 7th Ave, Broward County Board of County Commissioners, Broward County Central Homeless Assistance Center. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communication, or expert opinions received and make them part of the record. Commissioner Herbst?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? None. Commissioner Glassman?
Oh, I apologize. Hold on.
Yep, take your time.
This is R7?
This is R7, yes.
None, sorry.
I have had site visits and discussions with applicants. Okay, does anyone on the commission have any questions? Seeing none. Questions only for those who are here. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. City Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
With that, public hearing has been closed. Will someone introduce R7 for approval or denial?
Introduced.
For approval?
Yes.
Excellent. City Clerk?
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving an amendment to the site plan level 4 development permit for the Broward County Central Homeless Assistance Center located at 920 Northwest 7th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to increase the occupancy limit to 300 beds, providing for severability and providing for conflicts. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
With that, the resolution is adopted for approval. Excellent. Good work. Now, R8. So, R8 is a resolution approving a site plan level 2 development permit with allocation of flex units and alternate design requests in the Downtown Regional Activity Center, 11 North Andrews Ave, Batchow Fam Oz Fund LLC. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Questions only. The Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them part of the record. Commissioner Herbst?
Previously met with Robert Lockery.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Robert Lockery?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I met with Robert Lockery and also had several conversations with applicant Noah Bacow.
Excellent. Myself, applicant, Robert Lockery, site visits. Any questions? Can I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed. Would someone introduce R8?
Introduced. Excited to see it moving.
Excellent. Introduced for approval. Mr. Clerk?
A resolution, City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the issuance of a site plan level 2 development permit for an alternative design that meets the overall intent of the downtown master plan for the development of a 27-story mixed-use development named 11 North Andrews, consisting of 378 residential units and 4,821 square feet of commercial space use through the allocation of 62 residential flex units located at 11 North Andrews Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the Regional Activity Center City Center zoning district, having an underlying land use designation of Downtown Regional Activity Center, providing for severability and providing for conflicts. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
It is approved. All right, now we go to public hearings. PH1, public hearing approving the City of Fort Lauderdale's 2026-2027 annual action plan for entitlement grants programs provided by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Any questions? There are no speakers for this. No further discussion. Can someone please have a motion to close public hearing?
Moved.
Moved. And second, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed. Is there a motion to approve PH1?
So moved.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
And the motion is approved. PH2, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 1614 Brickell Drive for one boat lift extending 27 feet 8 inches into the waters adjacent to the upland property. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communication, or experts' opinions received and make them part of the record. Commissioner Herbst?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
I have none as well. Any questions? Can I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed. Would someone introduce the resolution for approval?
Introduced.
It's been introduced for approval. Mr. Clerk?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, approving the application by 1622 Brickell Drive, Inc. for a waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C for installation of one boat lift extending a maximum distance of 27 feet 8 inches plus or minus into the waters adjacent to the upland property, such property being located at 1614 Brickell Drive, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
That the resolution is adopted. PH3, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 234 Plaza Las Olas for one finger pier and one boat lift extending into the water adjacent to the upland property. There are no one has signed up to speak. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them part of the record. Commissioner Herbst?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
I have none as well. Any questions, commissioners? Can someone introduce a motion to close public hearing?
Introduce.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Clark?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed. Can someone introduce a resolution for approval?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Mr. Clerk?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, approving the application by Susan Rotman for a waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3C for installation of one finger pier and one boat lift extending a maximum distance of 48 feet 10 inches plus or minus into the waters adjacent to the upland property, such property located at 234 Plaza Las Olas, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, and more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
All right. With that, it passes and is adopted. PH4, quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from residential multifamily, medium rise, medium high density district to Northwest Regional Activity Center mixed use West District. Case number UDP Z26002, 538 Northwest 8th Ave and 537 Northwest 7th Terrace. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them part of the record. Commissioner Herbst?
None.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes, with Greg Bruton and Associates.
Commissioner Glassman?
None.
I have none as well. We have a few individuals that signed to speak. Greg B., Lon M. Greg, just questions? Fantastic. Lon, questions? Fantastic. Hope, it's questions.
I do have a question for Mr. Bruton. So, Commissioner Beasley Pittman is the only one you wanted to meet with on this? That's my question to you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll remember.
I thought we were friends, Greg.
I'll remember, sir. Thank you. No reason to answer that question.
She's very special. She's very special. That's all right. You're still special. Don't worry. All right. Commission, any questions, comments? There's none. Can someone introduce a motion to close public hearing?
Introduce. Close.
Second.
It's been introduced. Seconded. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed. Someone introduce the ordinance for approval.
Introduce for approval.
Mr. Clerk?
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof so as to rezone from residential multifamily mid-rise medium high density district to Northwest Regional Activity Center mixed use West District, lots 7, 8, 45, and 46, Block 15, North Lauderdale, according to plot thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 48 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, together with that portion of the 15-foot vacated alley per Official Records Book 15316, page 195, in the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, lying adjacent to and contiguous with said lots 7, 8, 45, and 46, located north of Northwest 5th Street, west of Northwest 7th Terrace, east of Northwest 8th Avenue, and south of Sistrunk Boulevard, all said lands lying and being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Excellent project. Good luck. Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The ordinance passes. Congratulations. Go do good work. PH 5. Second reading, ordinance amending policy FLU 1.1.12 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan, future use element, South Regional Activity, land use designation to increase community facility permitted use from 1 million square feet to 3,221,560 square feet. North Broward Hospital District. Does anyone on the commission have any questions? Let's see. Those signed up are just for questions only. No other discussion. Can someone have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Then moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing has been closed. Can someone introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Excellent. Introduced for approval. Mr. Clerk?
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element Policy FLU 1.1.12 to amend the South Regional Activity Center Future Land Use Designation to increase the allowable community facilities use from 1 million square feet to 3,221,560 square feet, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, transmittal to the applicable reviewing agencies, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. Excellent. Let me get there. So now we are at PH 6. PH 6, second reading, ordinance amending City of Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan future land use map from community facilities to South Regional Activity Center, North Broward Hospital District, case number UDP L24005. No one has signed up to speak. Any questions on the commission? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to close public hearing?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Public hearing's closed. Can someone introduce the ordinance for passage?
Introduced for approval.
For approval, Mr. Clerk.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, adopting an amendment to the City of Fort Lauderdale Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation from community facilities to South Regional Activity Center, portions of the vacated right-of-ways of Southeast 15th Street and Southeast 16th Street, together with Track C, Broward General Hospital Addition, according to plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 90, page 2, together with a portion of Tract A, Broward General Hospital, according to plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 60, page 33, together with lots 3 through 13 and portions of lots 2 and 14, re-amended plat Parkway Highlands, according to plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 18, page 3, together with lots 13 through 19, block 26, and the alley within said block, inclusive lot 13, block 34, and the 15-foot alley lying within block 34, and lots 10 through 18, block 44, Croissant Park, according to plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 4, page 28 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, lying west of Southeast 3rd Avenue, north of Southeast 18th Street, east of South Andrews Avenue, and south of Southeast 14th Street, all said lands being the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, containing a total of 16.967 acres more or less, and authorizing the proper city officials to transmit the proposed amendments, supporting data and analyses to reviewing agencies, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. Now we'll move to ordinance first reading sections. City Clerk, so far so good?
So far, so good.
Great. OFR 1, first reading, ordinance amending City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations, Section 47-16, Historic Preservation District, including an update to the list of historic districts, update the list of permitted uses, modification of dimensional requirements, including an increase in height, modification to sign regulations in ULDR Section 47-24.11, historic designation of landmarks, landmark sites or buildings, and certificate of appropriateness, to amend the effective date, to provide for an approval process for administrative certificate of appropriateness when visible from the public right-of-way, case number UDP T26002. There is one person signed up to speak. Richard M. Come on up. You have 2 minutes. Just hit the button there.
Nope. On the. Nope.
Near the microphone.
Yeah.
Below it.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
We support it. We have Emily's Garden. We think this is a great move, and we really support it. And thank you very much for doing it.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any questions on the commission? Feedback? Okay. Would someone introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
For approval?
And Commissioner, is that as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
As amended for approval, Mr. Clerk?
Yes. An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 47-16 Historic Preservation District of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations to amend the list of historic districts, modification of dimensional requirements, including an increase in height, modification to sign regulations, amending Section 47-24.11 Historic Designation of Landmarks, landmark site or buildings, and certificate of appropriateness to amend the effective date to provide for an approval process for an administrative certificate of appropriateness visible from the public right-of-way and codification, correction of scrivener's errors, and for an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
And the ordinance passes on first reading. OFR 2, first reading ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Business Tax Receipts and Miscellaneous Business Regulations to establish a certificate of use pilot program. No one has signed up to speak for this. Any questions on the commission? Seeing none, would someone introduce the ordinance for approval?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Mr. Clerk?
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 15 Business Tax Receipts and Miscellaneous Business Regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to establish a Certificate of Use pilot program, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
And the ordinance passes on first reading. OFR 3, first reading ordinance amending Chapter 15, Article 5 of the Code of Ordinances by amending multiple sections to revise the outdoor event application requirement and implement a new event application fee structure with exceptions, providing for definition of the terms legacy event and signature event, adopting an event impact fee matrix, limiting the number of permitted events and road closures on the barrier island, and providing increased penalties. One person has signed up, Stephanie T. You have 2 minutes.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Stephanie Toothaker and Matt Sacco on behalf of the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. We requested a deferral of this item. We submitted letters from our clients from the Marine Industries Association and Informa Markets on behalf of the boat show requesting an opportunity to sit down as a stakeholder with the city to discuss this item.
Okay, well, I haven't seen those letters yet. What's the the nature of them, or have they not been involved in the process at all?
So I learned today that there was someone who is an events application person that sat in on some meetings, but Matt and I have represented the boat show for a very long time. We were not included. The marine industries, it came as a surprise to the boat show party, so we just wanted an opportunity to participate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
City commissioners, discussion, questions?
Yes, I did receive those letters today, so I read them from both those parties that were just mentioned, Informal Markets and also Marine Industries. I just, we only have one more meeting before the break. Are you able to meet with city staff, and so this comes back to us in 2 weeks?
We can certainly try.
That would be great if we could do that. I'm all for that. I think you guys, obviously, if you're feeling that you weren't part of the process, and I know there was someone that was involved, but if you're feeling not part of the process, I'm fine to go 2 weeks. We waited months on this, so for me, 2 weeks just to have the opportunity for you to have sit down with staff is fine with me.
Great, thank you very much. Others? Yeah. So, Carl, is that something you're able to facilitate, or city manager, you facilitate however you want to? Yeah, sorry, who is? Ben Rogers? Go ahead.
No, I was Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. I was just simply saying that, we can speak with them and discuss.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Ben Rogers, anything else from your perspective?
No, I was just going to alert the commission that if we don't have the second reading before July, that means we won't come back to the second reading until the end of August or early September, and then the implementation period. So just to make you aware that there would be a delay in implementing the new policies, but that, again, is the will of the commission.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there any interest in moving this forward on first reading and then having those conversations? And if there's anything that needs to be adjusted, we can bring it back and, share the feedback. Yeah. I'm not sure what the challenges are, but if the commission does want to try to get this done before the recess so we could start the implementation process, that could be an option.
Yeah.
I would oppose that, only because I just think that it's too messy, because I don't know what's going to happen when they all meet, and then I don't know how drastically that's going to change, and then I don't know if we can make those changes for second reading. Let me ask you a question. If we're not, Carl or Ben, if we're not able to get the second reading until August 18th, how does that impact any of the events or any kind of structure that we were talking about in terms of timeline?
So as far as timeline, it would just push the implementation back. Ideally, we wanted to initiate this on October 1, so that we could use this time period to send out letters to our event promoters, and then also put in our internal practices so that we can be efficient in providing this. So if we move this a meeting, or if we move this 2 meetings, it would just simply push this back, and the ability to start in October would then be a challenge.
But why? If we're able to wrap this up, let's say August 18th, why would October 1 be a challenge?
So October 18th, yes. But if you're saying that we need to start the first reading in October or in August.
No, I mean if we just let you guys all meet and we can figure something out for July 2nd, instead of doing this tonight, if we do it July 2nd, then we could wrap it up on August 18th. And would that give you enough time for October 1?
It could. I mean, my only trepidation to that is I don't know what I don't know. And so if there's specific requests or changes that goes opposed to what you all have already provided us with direction on to move forward with, then we need to come back to seek additional guidance from you.
I understand. Well, maybe I would just suggest you guys meet and you come back on July 2nd, and you either tell us that they're crazy or they tell us that you're crazy, and then we just take it from there.
I won't be telling you they're crazy, but
well, you can tell me in private.
We can definitely work together.
You can tell me in private.
City manager, city attorney, is there a durational requirement or limitation between readings that has to happen or doesn't have to happen?
You mean if we extended the length between first and second?
Correct.
No, as long as we followed the notice procedures, we would be fine. We've already anticipated a first reading obviously today and second reading on July 2nd, but if the commission wanted to have first before the break and second after the break, we could make that happen as well.
In other words, we could have first reading today, them have discussions, it be scheduled for the second reading on July 2nd. If, as we hear from stakeholders in the boat show, if that hasn't been, the conversations haven't been productive or we need more time, we can just defer second reading to August if we wanted to.
Yes, that's
right?
possible.
Okay. So I think that could be a compromise. Is that?
Thanks. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Matt Sacco on behalf of Marine Industries. Like Carl said, I don't know what we don't know. I actually have no idea what the feedback is going to be from Stephanie or my client, and I also don't know what is allowed to change versus not change between first reading and second reading. I apologize, I'm not a lawyer, but you can blame the lobbyist. So I can't actually tell you whether or not doing the first reading now and then deferring the second reading makes sense. What I can tell you is that we take accountability for not coming to you sooner, and we will work very expeditiously to come to a resolution, and we won't say that Carl's crazy. So to that extent, we'll do the best we can.
Okay, thank you. What can change between readings? That's a good question.
Vice Mayor, it can't be a substantive change.
Sorry, say it again?
It cannot be a substantive
It cannot
change.
be a substantive change. So it has to be
Right, and to the point, we don't know what those changes would be.
minor. So I think the fact that it cannot be, I didn't know that, the fact that it cannot be a substantive change between readings, I think puts us in peril for a lack of alignment and so forth. So I think let's have time to discuss this with stakeholders and then aim to have the first, can we aim to have the first reading? I don't know if July 2nd is going to be enough time for them to have that, so maybe we aim for the first meeting in August, and it just pushes back the implementation time a little bit.
Yeah, I think we can commit to meet with them prior to July 2nd, see where we're at, and if we can do a first reading, we'll bring it, and if not, we understand the commission's direction.
So let's aim for that. This is something we've been working on for a year, so it's been a lot of stakeholder engagement. Sorry we somehow missed or didn't connect. What's that?
The boat show.
The boat show, but we'll aim for July 2nd. That way, substantive changes can be made prior to the first reading. Okay, fantastic. Good. Okay, so is there a motion to defer to July 2nd?
Yes, so moved.
So moved. Is there a second to defer to July 2nd?
Second.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Motion approved. It is denied.
Deferred.
Deferred to July 2nd for the first reading on July 2nd. Okay, that is OFR 3. Now we go to OSR 1. OSR 1. Second reading, ordinance amending section 2-26 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale by changing the commencement time of the City Commission meetings from 1:30 to 1 p.m. Any questions? No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce for approval?
Introduce for approval because it's working so well.
Introduce and love it. Just love it.
Thank you.
Amazing. It's been introduced for approval, Mr. Clerk.
In ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending section 2-26 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida by changing the commencement time of City Commission meetings from 1:30 p.m. to 1 p.m. and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, correction of Scrivener's errors, and an effective date. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes, again with time management. Thank you. Yes.
Vice Mayor Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
And the ordinance is adopted on second reading. Is there any further business of the regular City Commission meeting? See none. City Manager?
Nothing further.
City Attorney?
No, Vice Mayor.
That concludes our City Commission meeting. Thank you.